but it fell through again. It disconnects me whenever I reconnect the agent.
That's interesting.
Because they're
This
using.
is 24th, right? Like Bogey. This is
Yeah, this is numbers. Yeah, 420, 24/7.
Okay. Okay.
Well, yeah,
It's not a. Yeah, I was about to say this is not above the world. I don't know why in the fuck, bro. It was just bright as shit. I thought it was the morning. It was bright as shit outside my window, but here we are. All right, we time jumped. It's fine. Let's see.
World and create. I think capsule because we're falling through. I think it might need to like properly load. I think it is. I think what you said was true, which was like that when the client comes, you're just sitting there waiting. It loads all the models and then it puts you in.
Yeah, because like actual human players experience the same thing. If you don't preload the ground, if it's not on the base, like in like local, well, your local world, that green plane, if it's not on that, you're gonna fall through it till it loads.
Yep.
It's strange.
Yeah, and you don't have the
Like
green
that
plane
fall.
in yours. You only have asynchronous loading GLBs, right? So it's probably just like falling
Well, the
through.
green plane is, yeah, it is there, but everything I've built everything
I'm
else.
surprised it's not finding that. All right, I'll be right back. I just gotta get my food.
Alright. Yeah, that is true. It's not finding that either.
Hello?
That's what I wish they had in Hyperfy, bro. Even if you're not using like an actual local world or a custom, you know, fucking ground environment as you would in that sense, yeah, it should just it should always load it, or you should have an ability to preload that the actual base ground. But
Wait, if you say it doesn't preload, what? Is that what you're telling me?
yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you go through and you let's say you go in, you hop in right now, right? Like I'm in chat at the moment and also there. If I was to change the environment, like you know how I have mine with the terrain, the mountains, shit like this. If you go in and you swap that to the actual terrain itself, like that is supposed to be it you have no option to preload. You know what I mean? That's why I don't use an actual terrain on there or a model for the ground. Yeah, because it doesn't preload. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just pulling on
Yeah.
top of the,
Exactly, yeah, like a custom, and then delete the other one after do the thing. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure it's something he's got to fix, like ass wise or something like that. But yeah, that's been since the early days, and it kind of interferes with things. Not too much, but yeah. That's why you have those grounds above grounds. You go through and it drops down. Most of my stuff is set at like 11 point something.
I was just thinking of setting one of those up, like with an extra bit of collider.
Yeah.
But it's not loading physics altogether.
I mean, granted, he did remove some stuff, so it might have been removed from there as well, from physics, and that in general. Hyperfy.
He like simplified the physics. So like he had like I had like 3 different copies of physics with different things. So you just like kind of made one for physics.
Combine them into it, yeah.
Hmm.
I'm looking forward to the day where the AI can just run up on you and trigger a cutscene, and it's like, hey,
So I got some questions
got a
for you.
message for you. Yeah.
You just get fucking defect in the metaverse for it?
We had a lot of that in
Were you-
Upstreet, but it was, you know.
I got spoiled by fucking VR, bro. I got spoiled. I'm gonna be honest, yeah. And now I'm just looking at a screen.
Do you guys use VR? Do you actually play VR?
God, it worked. Oh yeah.
What do you play?
Resonate. Well, as far as games, I wouldn't say as far as that much, but yeah.
Is there stuff to do in Resonate that's like more than just hanging and chatting, like game stuff?
I guess if depending on what you're looking at and what you're wanting to do in that sense, I've always kind of used it as more so as a like building, learning, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You could start a
There's a
fight in
bit-
there. Just start
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about NFTs and crypto.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. God forbid the furries catch on to you, and then it's a wrap. But you know, no offense to them, there's still some more. But yeah, in that sense, I'd say of there, I've got 37 worlds that I've built. Some of them not so much you would say complete, but at the same time, functioning. It
Mhm.
you know, in that sense, kind of a bitch to get into. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on what it is, yeah, the building aspect of it, right? Being able to create a whole world in
Mm-hmm.
that sense, textures, anything like this that you want to, as far as like buildings, just going straight from like Blender or something like this, assets that you have, drag and dropping. Yeah, it's in that sense, VR wise,
It's kind of the hottest shit right now.
not too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even into other places, like it's always been one of those that I've like, oh man, if this was just, if I could have this both in a client versus a fucking browser, that would be amazing, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of things like this. And Hyperfy is in that sense getting there. It's in there in that ways, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Hyperfy is more in VR sense, more of a viewable versus actual doable experience, right? You know, you can just kind of pop in now, and he's working on that, getting into it. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's always been there. So it's kind of like back and forth going into it. Yeah.
I really want a good competitive game. There just aren't that many. Like I play the shit out of Beat Saber, but you know, like I want something that's physical. I used to play a lot of
You can
Echo
only do
Arena.
it for so long. You know what I mean? Like
No, I can go
before-
pretty hard.
Yeah.
I can play like 4 hours at a time. I play some
Nice.
what's it called? Population 1. But I want something that's really physical. Like Beat Saber, you can get fucking, you know, like you can get in shape. It's like actually it doesn't feel like I'm playing video games. It feels like an exercise thing. So I'm trying to figure out something like that that's not Beat Saber because I'm just fucking bored. I can't just play that over and over.
Well, there's another one like it. If you're into the rhythm games. What was it? Synth Riders or something?
Yeah, I went to the Oculus
I
store.
think I heard that one.
Of the top 5 games, one of them is what's it called, the Gorilla game.
Gorilla Tag. Yeah.
Gorilla Tag.
Yeah.
And the other two are Gorilla Tag clones.
Yeah.
like that's fine. Like Gorilla Tag is great.
I made like 100 mil or something crazy.
But like, why aren't there other games? What the fuck? Why are they all the same? What is that?
Limited abilities within that fucking platform. Yeah.
Thrill Seeker was making a game. It was like a multiplayer, kind of inspired by Smash. I don't know how well it's doing, but he wanted something competitive for esports. I think it'll still be a while. They need to be more ergonomic.
I think the esports is really gonna not be good until there's like more camera, and they tried it and it was just kind of like, you know, it's gotta be. Current League of Legends esports kind of style thing is actually, or like Overwatch thing is kind of like legit fun to watch. You know it.
I disagree, but I'm into esports. I like the fighting game tournaments.
Well, I mean, I guess what I mean is like, sure, even fighting
Yeah.
games, but like the point is that all those games are like relatively fun to watch, while watching someone in VR is just not fun to watch. And I don't think that's going to change until someone like takes that seriously and makes like a not first person perspective kind of like oriented part of the game, you know.
They just need to record mocap while people are playing the game.
Yeah.
I got to admit, one of the fucking few things I did like in there was the ability to summon the recording bot that you had, Jen. I found it a little bit scary because there were times I'd summon it and it would just record everything. But at the time,
That had potential, you know, like social VR is so powerful for virtual production and filmmaking. And I feel like VR chat, which they're kind of running on VC fumes, they should lean into that and resonate as well. Like that's a good reason to like get all strapped into full body tracking to go to a job, you know, to like record some data. And there are jobs for this, for like those humanoid robots. They're kind of doing these tasks that provide training data, and they're like all strapped into all sorts of like very high end tracking technology. But I think people at home for now, they could just do like some really cool content production, you know, and decentralized Hollywood. And I'd be down to like sponsor more experiments if I could find the bandwidth to tap into the VR filmmaking community again. That is a very interesting, kind of still under the radar area. It's totally the future. Camera systems and VR chat especially are getting much better now.
the mods, even with the like Unity based stuff, they've made it a lot easier to somewhat do things along this nature. Even like now, you've got, if you've never been in VR chat, if it's just your first time, you'll go through and it pretty much, you download Unity and it downloads the exact package you need to be able to upload your avatars, you know. Back in the day, you have to used to do like a lot of work just to get an avatar in, let alone features on it, you know, trigger systems, different actions, things like this, different effects, going into it, but
well, the main trick is doing things where you're not just limited to you know, like the day of shooting, but rather like getting all that data so you can also bring it into Unity or Blender or Unreal, you know, and that's what we were testing. That's the superpower that it would create such a sick side-by-side video if you like shot a video and rendered it side-by-side VR chat and Unreal. I think that would get the point across to people.
Isn't it crazy?
Difference.
Go for it. I was I'm just watching the Tim Sweeney interview with Lex Fridman, And Unreal's like 30 years old now. That's kind of nuts. They've been developing it nonstop, building games on it for 30 years.
That's fucking nuts, especially when they put all the updates they put out. Like, I finally updated. I've been a little bit in Unreal the last few days, but it's been a while since I've been in there. And since 5 came out, when 5 first came out, I was like, shit. I tried to go it. I got a 4090 in my shit, and it was continuously crashing every time I would even try to like load it up, do anything, any projects, stuff like this. It would just crash. I mean, almost immediately going into it. And finally, the other day, it was like, I got to update. All right, now try it.
Now
Updated it. Now it's fine. It's perfect. I go through, I was literally running fucking Hyperfy, everything else onto it. Playing games, going through Unreal in the background. Like, and it was, but 30 years, damn.
Yep.
The animation stuff I was talking about would get the attention of peeps like Tim. It's like if you could capture your animation and serialize it into like GLTF and then bring it into Hyperfy, for instance, or Blender, etc. Like that would be very powerful. We don't really have great multiplayer mocap solutions, that could be done remotely. And VRChat's the closest thing, but it's like, and as well as Resonate. Yeah, definitely that was the closest we ever got to like a true virtual studio that's interoperable. It's just kind of a shame that it's some indie hackers, whereas like you have organizations like Members Forum and all these other groups, and they're not
serious people.
Yeah.
It's like slideshows, and some of it's kind of interesting, like what they're working on, and it's good for them to kind of sync up, but
it's the equivalent of crypto conferences, man.
It is kind of like that. It's
exactly like that. None of these people made any money off Metaverse. And a lot of them can say, well, I thought Metaverse was going to happen. It wasn't really ready to happen. It's like, what did you ship?
Well, in my opinion, that's because a lot of people have a different version of what the Metaverse is. You know what I mean?
I would take any good one. Like any finished good one. Fortnite's the closest we've gotten. Probably the Travis Scott Fortnite moment was like the peak of a certain kind of thing in our heads for a while,
especially when you think about it like that too. Yeah, and you mention it like Fortnite really is one of those that you can play different games, but somewhat in a sense they're all connected, right? Like you'll load in, you'll play fucking Rocket League. Oh, that's owned by whatever Fortnite. You get skins for this, you know what I mean? You get whatever for this. You get assets for that, right? No matter what other game you play that's connected to it, you still kind of get that.
Yeah, I think
I think 2 should be a kind of a good example, maybe in a sense, like
I bet we see a world where Fortnite becomes semi-open source. Not like not like full end-to-end DevOps, but like all the models, all the examples, all the player pretty much everything.
Isn't that UEFN?
I was about to say they kind of have that. With
They're already
UEFN,
there.
You can bring that in there.
It's just gonna become more and more.
We're only probably fucking a year away, maybe, give or take, before they start saying, "Hey, you know what? Pay $20 and you can get your own avatar in. Pass inspection, whatever."
Yeah.
At
totally.
that point, it's like, oh, you got V-Bucks, but now what if we just went through and you've got your own model?
I love to see custom servers too.
UEFN adds that, yeah, exactly, and it's kind of.
Well, eventually they're gonna have to compete with Roblox in a more serious way.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm. But yeah, like the metaverse as we know it. If we're talking about a fun video game, it's like we should just lean into video games that are doing it, and Unreal is that thing. You know, if the metaverse is like a place where we work, I don't think anyone is really doing that well yet, because no one's actually like building the thing they're working in.
You have to make it fun, bro. You have to make it enjoyable so people come back. You have to make it, you know.
The only
you can
metaverse.
you can only build to a certain extent before it's like, oh shit, what am I building for? What is people coming to? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, the only metaverse that makes sense to me is we put all the AIs in it, and it's actually a video game for them, and it's emergent, and we just like we can go in there to. There will be games that are fully, you know, fully AI, but I think it'll be really interesting when it's this mix of simulation and like utility, and you're like, wow, there's actually like a thing, like they're building a world in there that's kind of crazy, you know. It's kind of where I see this go. I mean, that's the entry point I think we could contribute to. I think that like it's got to be a chain of incentives that makes sense. Why would anybody build a 3D virtual world with a bunch of AIs in it? I actually think that the reasoning would be because there's not a lot of evals or like way to measure these things, and there might be something really interesting about a competition for who can make the best agents that can do the most general purpose video game kind of like MMO experience. But we'll see. I've also been through so many hype cycles that I'm like, is that just bullshit? Is that real?
Almost.
Exactly. I mean, hell, look at some of these old school games, like fucking years ago.
Sorry.
Far Cry, things like this, that you could actually go into and build an actual world with the enemies, like AI, things that would go through, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
React how you would want them to going into it, and compare it to now, like modern day, you know? It's in kind of that same sense. It's somebody just fell down. Hold on, let me
It was the
jump
agent.
down. My bad. Hey.
Does he is there a flat ground he falls onto, or does he just fall all the way through the world forever?
Well, this is why don't I have my screen up? This is, I don't know if this is a real player. Oh, he's swimming now. No, that's gotta be
That's
real.
me. That's me.
Oh, that's probably real. Yeah, okay, that's you. Okay, never mind.
Let me just set
Right.
up this for a minute.
No, there's
Oh
no.
yeah, now
Oh.
I'm following.
Oh great. Okay, I found
Look at the
I found my
fucking
agent.
death
He's
claw,
chilling.
bro.
I found my agent.
Watch out for that death claw.
Yeah, that death claw is about to fuck us. My bad. I gotta change him.
You guys can't see this, but I'm actually chilling, and I see the agent right here. That's hilarious.
Oh, nice.
But I'm far below the world.
What? Oh, I can't fly. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, is flying not
Okay,
enabled?
Admin code?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can't
Give
fly.
me the admin code. 1 sec.
But
It is in the side chat.
oh, now I'm just falling straight through. I just reloaded and I fell straight through the fucking floor.
Good. Come hang out with us.
Again. I'm coming. I've been here, but I've just been trying to find y'all. Fuck me. Alright, Deathclaw. Let me around.
Yeah, sure, bro. If you put that admin code in the chat, then you can fly and stuff.
Alright, you just dropped it. Let's go. Perfect. I had before, but this has been up to, yeah, this is a different one. Alright, perfect. Got it.
What I put it in the chat? What do you mean, like?
Oh, like, so you type, open the chat box, type /admin, and then put that code in.
I did it. I also accidentally typed the admin code.
Oh, that's okay.
There we go. Alright.
Oh, dude, you're disconnected, man. It's all great.
Yeah.
Yeah, reconnect.
It kills my agent when I reconnect. It's interesting. It kicks me out.
Oh, I see.
What
There we go.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, be careful. That will kill you.
Oh. I want it to
There's
kill me.
yeah, objects. They will yeah.
I
Oh
think
shit!
he's
He's
having
coming,
a
run.
he's having a hard time killing me. I think because we were down here.
Yeah, it's slash admin, yeah.
Yeah, slash admin space and then that code. Yeah.
How do you fly?
It's
You should be able to hit. You gotta hit tab to enter build mode, and then the reticle will go red. Now you can double tap. Yeah.
Oh. Minecraft style.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another little micro weld in this world. Like the whole thing I was gonna do with this one, this URL was have a bunch of different worlds. You do things. Maybe there's agents. You gotta go find hide and seek or something. I don't know.
How do you get out?
Yeah, this whole like, you go under the water,
Oh.
and then you can get back out. Yeah.
Are you gonna put like portals between these things, or just gotta discover them?
Yes, that is the plan. Yeah.
This water's crazy.
Yeah, that's just was simple plain with some code on it. It's kind of crazy. So someone named Shifty made it. Crazy.
yep.
And it has like a water effect. If you go underneath it, there's like bubbles and yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Boga, that's not working for me. I do slash admin and then
Oh,
space and then yeah.
What? Maybe you're already admin, bro.
I might be, but I can't access the tab.
That's okay. You can
Built-in.
hit Control Z.
Oh, I'm not hitting Control Z because if I do, it might delete some shit. I've done some shit,
Oh snap.
but I shouldn't be able to. Yeah, I'm not hitting that.
Yeah, if you go through that, you'll go to another world. That portal. It's like a world walker. Interesting. I think you have to go through. Yeah, it's the other side. You gotta go through one way.
Ah.
I was about to say, yeah, he's popping through.
It's fucking around, but
Has anyone here read The Idea Factory or know about Bell Labs?
definitely know about Bell Labs, but I haven't read the book.
This was a book that was recommended to me by Juan Bennett, the IPFS guy, and it was something he like recommended to everyone. He kind of had like a yearly book club type thing for a while, and I keep thinking about it because it's like something well, first it was legendary in terms of labs, like all the things that came out of it would make you like pro monopoly in a way, but just thinking about it in an age of AI, like I would love, and I think Dynamic Land is kind of going towards this, like how to build like a modern Bell Labs type thing, where we can have people really reach their potential, and there's a lot of really interesting ideas, just like with how cross-disciplinary it was. Like you can just go down the hall and there's physicists and chemists and electrical like everyone in that kind of same building. And when I'm in these other orgs like OMI and MSF, their whole thing is like coordinating all these other organizations and consortiums. And Kronos is huge, right? So it is kind of like a network of networks. And I'm just kind of thinking about how agents, like we could really kind of work our way up, like deploying agents to be useful in a single DAO, ours, and then like our partners in our ecosystem and all, like, which we have all this, open source in terms of transparent infrastructure for governance, for code, for, measuring contributions and all the things that are on chain as well. And those are two good sources of truth. But then like it could eventually, we also have all these data feeds for all these other orgs, and that's how we can maybe scale up towards something bigger and bigger. But yeah, I've just been thinking about it from perspective of getting all these personalities and character bios for the council set up for all these DAOs, and looking at Hyperfy streams and imagining something like a campus. It's like the council evolves into the campus, where it's kind of like a world simulation. Maybe it's our ecosystem, and it's just like they're having it. It's like a big infinite back rooms, but it's not just Discord channels, but they're kind of like having their own digital gardens. Maybe like you can kind of not just walk up to an agent and they're just kind of like standing with nothing else related to them, but maybe we could dynamically pull in like websites as image textures, or just kind of help them build out like their own kind of offices per se, so that then the context is shared amongst everyone else in that world. And the world kind of as a pun between Hyperfy and Worlds and Eliza's sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because as soon as one joins the world, it gets context of all the objects in the world. And if we add it in such a way, like the image of the website also add like the text, so it's easy parsing, it could actually be very useful. It's kind of like a collaborative 3D whiteboard.
Mm-hmm.
I like the sound of that.
Now, does it get wiped each time after? That's the real question. Or does it stay consistent?
I think, because I've shilled this stuff to MSF a bunch before, and I'm kind of shocked at how people who are supposedly like, helping to build this metaverse can't even WASD. And it made me think, okay, maybe we got to just start out with 2D. And so like, if I were to kind of approach this, I think I'm going to do this with Eliza, is like, we have these daily reports, and maybe I'll just find a way to organize them on Excalidraw or TLDraw first, and then export them into game-ready objects, maybe Blender or something.
Yeah, like storyboard it. Oh, that's a vibe.
Yeah, people at least are familiar with using 2D whiteboard software.
Yo, on God, you're weird.
Reminds me of the Stanford thing. I wonder where we're at with them. Like that.
We've been planning it.
It's another area that we could be collaborating more closely with on.
a fucking Shell gas station.
Oh, yeah, that's my other world. Yeah. There's a lab there and a door and a keypad and all kinds of crazy shit. It's world number one. Taking an awfully long time to load. I wonder.
Bogey,
What's that?
are you able to load into here as well? Because I've been having that same issue. I don't know if, yeah, that's what I mean. It took me a minute to load in, but I'm in here. But I don't know if it's something with like server side or Hyperfy side. You know what I mean? Like it's
Sounds.
yeah. That's what I mean. Like I was able to load in here. I still have yours up. I've got that up. But even like Play World and stuff like that, it takes fucking forever to fucking load up.
Oh, it's doing that same thing. Hyper.
Yeah.
It could be the server. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's not necessarily like yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. One thing you could probably try. Omka mentioned it earlier. You could probably convince or try to convince the agent to write in chat last name, base name, change his name without doing it on load.
You have a context menu for the actual agent itself to know what it is like going into.
That's Eliza for.
I know. I mean, I know it's Eliza, and this is the issue I had when I first tried to make mine in here with Eliza. Is it was stuck on Eliza, so it had her context. You know what I mean? In that sense, yeah. You know, like versus what it should be doing versus just in, you know. It can still be Eliza, but with a different mind. As fucked up as that sounds.
Yeah, no,
It's
how
like
it's supposed
you have
to. It runs characters.
Yeah.
The whole point is you can create the character, custom characters and stuff. They're all
Okay,
custom.
cool. Yeah, that's.
Scary guy.
I should probably change it, but mine is straight up fucking Fallout related. So when you talk to him, he's like, even in world, he's like, yeah, howdy, partner. Welcome to the Mojave. This, yeah. This.
Oh, did I just take? Oh shit.
Yep.
Oh, it's cool, man. You can just hit Control Z. Yeah, it's really pin some stuff.
I see.
There we go.
Find the coconuts.
Yeah. I need to finish making.
Coconuts are key.
It might make it so like you end up starving.
Yeah.
You gotta eat food, man.
Worlds within worlds.
What's up with this crazy fog ring? It's like
It's just like, yeah, it's some low
interesting.
poly fog ring.
I haven't seen that like multiple rings thing. It's interesting effect.
At the moment, Hyperfy, yeah. When it goes to Hyperfy, it doesn't. Well, I mean, it does now. At the point, but
do you want to pull in the weather? You got admin? You want to pull in the weather system?
I do, yeah. I'll pull it in. Yeah, I can drop it in. I was about to say like the full. It supports it now, but like now, right now, when that fog system you're seeing is the old school, I guess you would say, what they had for weather stylization, things like this, that was supported, right? At a point, Hyperfly didn't support full on like volumetric in that sense, particles.
Yeah.
Now that they have a full system for it, here we go. All right. Who is this? Is it you?
There's an X in
That's
the
you?
world already.
Yeah, I was about to say, where's it at?
Where
Where's
is
it?
it?
And I'll replace it.
Oh, let me find it.
To get it, yeah. And I'll drop the newest one.
I think it's called Day. Is it called Day? Yeah, Day Night.
You also have this sick ass fucking dome around it too. That.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Alright, I found the X.
Hey,
On the...
You found it? All right, here it comes.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's like I don't even know how to describe it. It's pretty bright, but you can't really miss it.
I'm up on Simba's Rock. I call it Simba's Rock because that's what the Lion King was like up here. Hold on.
Yeah, follow me.
Where are you at in the world? I see Anonymous. I think this is this you, Shaw? Right here?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Okay, I found you. All right. Following you. Jeez. Goddamn, moving so fucking fat. Where'd you go?
Let's just keep going straight. Yeah.
All right, I see you.
Yeah, there's bags.
Oh, there it is. All right, perfect. All right. Whatever happens in the next few seconds, don't ask questions. Just know it's gonna work. All right, perfect. I'm about to delete this. Yeah, it's gonna get laggy. All right. X, delete that. All right, we have no sun.
Oh wow, that's so
Whoa.
weird.
It's fucking wild, ain't it? Yeah. That's the difference between an actual proper fucking HDR and what we have now. Yeah. All right. So here we go. Drop this. All right. Perfect. Day night coming in. Give it a second. Gonna be laggy. It's loading. All right. There we go. Perfect. All right. Cool. Damn. Look at the fucking weather, bro. Look at this. Holy shit. All right. That is that's a different fucking.
Yeah, bro,
That's a different time. That's cloudy as fuck, bro. That's some storms coming in. All right, now if I go like this and go nuclear, it should take a second, but it should do the light. Oh, why is it not fucking the dome?
Might
the
be
fucking
the
dome. Yeah, the dome is fucking stopping it. Oh fuck.
Interesting.
There's no rain, nothing coming through. Hold on, there's shit falling through, but there's not. Yeah, it's not foggy. All right, you see that's changing, right? Dust storm. Oh, it's still changing. Yeah, that's changing. Okay, rad storm. Yeah, it's green. All right, particles. Why in the fuck is the rain? Oh, there we go. Rain's coming in. Yeah, that's the lightning.
God.
All right. So why in the fuck is the damn? Hold on.
Well, the clouds then?
Cloudy. Yeah, no, cloudy. But the nuclear, where the mixes, where they all come in. You know what I mean? I've got. There's 12 different weather types in this hype that I've made. So, you've got cloudy, foggy, rad storm, pretty much fucking dust storm. You know what I mean? Like that. Mm-hmm. But right now it's clear. So, clear is there, nuclear. Oh, I know why. Never mind. Hold on. I got you. Oh, wait a minute. It's not the right one.
It looks so much.
It's crazy, ain't it?
Not lightning, bro. Gets me every time.
Alright, download. Alright, I'm in tatted. Let me download the current. I got the wrong one. Fuck me.
Nice, good, bro.
I gotta get used to this damn new UI system.
Yeah, but the
On
new
dev.
UI is like, what? But I mean, I wish it kind of told you what. Does it actually? Yeah, no. If you hovered over it, you kind of have to like.
Yeah.
Like, a little bit. But it's really good, man. It's come a long way. I like that it's gone back to being rounded. I did like the GTA grid vibes, but this is just.
I did too, but this is
Yeah, we're very close to the things that we've all been
Yes.
dreaming about for a very long time.
Singularity approaches.
Yeah.
Oh man. You have a good one, broski.
You as well. Bootstrap. Um, I'm making a plugin for Hyperfy so we can have our AI agents in 3D. And Hyperfy is in JavaScript, but obviously Eliza is in TypeScript. So I'm just making sure it's all kind of working. I've got a simple bot doing it. I've got a simple plugin. I'm just adding some of the kind of vibe coding some of the additional features like a navigation system. That should be right, but it doesn't show me. I guess just adding them to the controls makes sense. So we're gonna have this be kind of a navigation system. So the agent won't be particularly smart in its planning by default. It'll just know, like, okay, I can go over to that thing, but this will be the sort of interesting plot point. I'm thinking I'll do a $10,000 bounty for whoever can make the best AI agent. Using Eliza in the arena. We'll figure out what we want to do, but I think we want to have agents with different strategies. You can imagine an agent that's like what do we need? We have combat, we have damage, dying, experience points, kind of basic versions of all of that created in Hyperfy. Item spawning, weapons, guns, swords, I think, are done. Even very basic versions of those. They don't need to have crazy ass graphics and stuff. But if we have that stuff, like a basic RuneScape game, and then we can start to add more advanced things like skills and construction or whatever. Then we can create kind of like a, I don't know if it's a survival game or a RPG. I feel like survival game would be the most interesting. put some music on.
Of improvement in quality. You can recognize the old green screen movies because the lighting on the characters is just wrong. And as much as they try to fix it up, it never really works. When you're filming in front of an LED panel with LED light emitters in front of you as well, the actor not only picks up all of the lighting from the actual natural scene that they're supposed to appear in the movie, but they also can look around and see it, and they're aware of exactly what set they're acting in. And just the overall end result is that much higher. It's as much because the actors are able to do their jobs better, seeing the scene they're in, because the technology is enabling a better lighting calculation and a better interplay of virtual light and real-world light to make the end result awesome.
So there's a lot of excitement around generative AI. What do you think is the future of the interplay between what a human artist creates and what an AI system can create in Unreal Engine?
I think a lot of people in the industry are overly optimistic about the rate of progress of AI for video and other things like that. The real problem is consistency. Like, spurting out an image is really high quality, but with video, over the course of scene, all the AI approaches have consistency issues going from one place to another, and I don't think that those will just be remedied easily. Fundamentally, AI just doesn't have anything resembling an understanding of the entire scene they're in, the entire arc of the movie or plot they're in, and the entirety of the world around them, and how it might affect the scene. Whereas game engines have that exactly where they need to be. And so I think what we're going to see in the space of world-class, high-quality productions isn't just everybody moves to AI and a large part of the human creatives contributing to that are obsolete. I think what we're going to see is AI becoming a multiplying force on the power of human creatives, making them able to create better stuff more quickly and with higher quality end results. I think, unlike the fields of generative 2D art and generative text, I think the future of AI is much more complex and nuanced. And I think your interview with Mark Zuckerberg conducted in VR was a really good first example of this. So you did this VR discussion. It was capturing your faces and then rendering a completely 3D computer graphics model of your faces. And then the end result was patched up by an AI image enhancer. It was able to add an awful lot of the missing subtleties that are lost by normal computer graphics rendering. And that's the first step. You can imagine the output of Unreal Engine being enhanced by an AI pixel shading post-processor is one thing. You can imagine creation of objects being enhanced, especially mashing up high-quality objects that have already been created. Like Epic's Quixel team went around the world and scanned tens of thousands of real-world objects at extremely high levels of quality. They have everything from rocks to trees to archaeological finds and so on. all captured there, and we have an awesome library of them on the Fab content site. What's missing is the ability to create arbitrary amounts of new content, and I think using data like that and AI to create completely new trees that meet your specification from all the knowledge it has built up of high quality scan trees is going to be a really valuable thing. But I don't see this reducing the need for people or the role of people. Rather, I think it actually is probably an enhancer on that. I can't help but think when I go on Amazon and Netflix to watch a movie, there's a lot of linear content, and most of it isn't very good because of the limitations of the media and of budgets and of other things. If we can use AI as an enhancer on that, then everybody's going to have even more opportunities than they have now. And every single technological revolution has changed the way that people work, but it's ultimately created more opportunity for people. And there are pundits predicting that this might be the last, but I think just the opposite. I'm an optimist on this, and an optimist that it's going to create opportunity for everyone.
Do you think it would be possible to generate, use generative AI to create dynamic objects, like you mentioned, trees, in the Unreal Engine world, so create meshes and textures and empower the creator to create faster? Use meta knobs, like hyperparameters versus very nuanced, where you can control much faster the look of a face, the look of a tree, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the central challenge of the next decade of game engines and AI, or content creation of all sorts. Because you have two very different models of the world that are emerging. There's the scene graph, the technical term we use to describe the set of all the objects in the world in a 3D world maintained by Unreal Engine or another engine. So in the videos you saw, it's the rocks and the trees and the snow and the bridge and the people and all of these things. And each one has enormous amounts of data attached to it. Some are like texture maps, some are sound files, some are animation files, and enormous amounts of detail, all stored there in that procedural. And in this precise computer graphics representation that enables rendering it from any perspective with any settings and so on. It's a completely general system that has complete context about the state of the world at any point. And so you can always precisely reproduce it. If you play the same scene 10 times in a row, it's always the same. It's never randomly changing. You're like, oh no, why did this character's face change midstream? Yeah. But it's also rather limited because you have to build everything manually. And that's costly, and it's time consuming, and it requires expertise. And then you have this other model of the world, which is what AI sees or thinks. If we could peer into what's really happening in its parameters, there's something like the mushy connections of neurons in the brain. It has a vast amount of knowledge about the world and about graphics and about images and about people and about everything else. It's stored in a human incomprehensible form, but it can be extracted through queries, like asking it to produce an image from a prompt or a video from a prompt or whatever. But the huge problem with that is it's very mushy data. We don't know how to give it a command that will give us a precise result. And if it produces one image one time and we change our prompt slightly, it might produce something completely different. We are unable to art direct it. And so it's this completely untamed tool. And I think when we figure out more and more ways to merge these and connect these two together, you can imagine AI enhancing the process of content creation in a traditional scene representation. You can imagine the scene representation being shared with the AI, so the AI not only sees the prompt, but also here's a list of all of the objects in the world and their characteristics and so on. It can learn more about how those objects should move and interact. So if you get a constant feedback cycle going back and forth between an engine and AI, I think you can get the best of both worlds. Stable scenes, but also the higher productivity of being able to get content out, and the ability to select specific parts of it and art direct those. And to have those art directions stick and be recognized as part of this permanent scene representation.
Yeah, I can't wait until AI can operate not in the space of pixels, but in the space of scene graphs. Creating objects in the scene graph, whether it's like you mentioned, audio or any of the things that you mentioned about, that empower the creator. Yeah, that's a super exciting future. I wonder if you could speak to a fear that people have on this topic of artists, engineers, fear losing their jobs, being replaced by AI. Are there words of hope that you could offer them?
this is certainly the most extreme example of it because AI is just so far ahead of prior technologies, but similar fears were had in every other industry. There's a fear that digital music synthesis would obsolete musicians, and there's a very brief period of time in which songs with digital music instruments, like the early mini Moogs and Yamaha synthesizers, weren't allowed to win certain music industry awards because they weren't considered real music. And then, over time, the people were educated and realized that, oh, these are just instruments people are playing, and they're controlling them the same way they did before. There's similar questions about, is, computer art built in Photoshop really art? Or is it just, goofy computer stuff? And, I think nowadays, digital artists have gained respect. I think, if you look at just the tools that have existed in Photoshop, some of them are pretty sophisticated. And nowadays, they have AI features. But I think AI is ultimately going to be another tool in the artist's tool set. And, I think it's going to become a more powerful, directable, and human-serving tool in the future. And I think a lot of the alienation comes from the prompt either being immensely powerful at giving you an entire creation, but then being completely unwilling to let you control the nuances of it. That feels alienating. You give it an image, but you're like, replace this part of it with this thing, or make that object green, and it's like, it can't do it. Often it can't be convinced with any number of words in the prompt. Yeah. And that makes it feel like the computer is taking control away from us, humans and artists, and is refusing to do what we want and has its own opinions, right? It feels like a competitor. Whereas I think when we have much, much, much more nuanced control of it, and artists can go in and just, let's enhance this object, do this, do that, do that. They'll feel it's, like some of the tools that exist in Photoshop, which are in some ways compared to a paintbrush or superpowers already. AI will come to feel like that too. And will increasingly serve creators creating and enhancing a work in a way that feels just a natural extension of their own, their own bodies and minds.
And of course, there is a real human pain to layoffs, and there is a hype around AI, and then companies might try to implement AI systems, and in so doing, lay off a bunch of folks, and that the pain that those folks feel is real. I think there's always going to be pain with these kinds of transformation that's happening, and it's a terrible pain. Pain in general in the human experience is terrible. But I think I'm personally excited by the human AI collaboration as you described in this whole process. So I think if you just keep being open to using the tools, constantly trying the cutting edge tools, how they can make you more productive, how can they empower you as a creator, as an artist, or as an engineer, I think you're going to just keep winning.
Yeah, there's a lot of complicated trends underway, and it can be hard to break them down and distinguish them. I think a lot of people, like the theories that get the biggest traction on social media often don't capture the real underlying motive forces at play there. But yeah, I think AI involved in code production will probably create a net benefit for the need for humanity to be involved in coding. It may change parts of jobs. I don't think it's going to obsolete anybody who's willing to learn new ways of doing things. And it's always been this way, and I think that there's also a lot of overhype in AI. AI is really great at spewing out code that does something that a million GitHub repositories already do, because it's kind of learned the underlying pattern. It's notoriously hard to get to do something new. It hasn't been done before, especially when it's a complex task. And the bigger amount of code you ask AI for, the more it leaves you with just a massive code that sort of works, right? And that's the problem with code. It like 99% works, but the 1% might be harder to get it to 100% with AI than with hand coding. And everybody who's looking at this topic should actually try using the coding assistants on hard problems and see how they do there.
Yeah, I think it, for me personally, it makes it more fun and faster to generate boilerplate code, so I can focus on the harder decisions, harder big picture decisions, and harder innovative decisions and all that kind of stuff. And it just makes programming more fun for me because I feel less lonely.
Yeah.
I have, even when it gives the wrong code, I can oh, okay, well, that's a way to do it. That's interesting. And then you could talk to it. Maybe that shows something about the programming experience, that it is in part sometimes a bit lonely.
The topic of boilerplate code is an interesting one because, the mere existence of boilerplate code is a failure of programming language and of the idea of creating software modules, right? you ask AI to create a sorting function, great. Now you have another sorting function that might be buggy alongside the million others that different people have written. It would be better to have a sorting function that's been written and tested and optimized and everybody relies on it. And more modular software, I think, will actually reduce the opportunity of AI because people doing programming work will largely be solving unique problems. They're actually hard problems in themselves and not just connecting other widgets.
Yeah, I think as in many cases, AI will just help improve the human systems by shining a mirror to ourselves. I have to apologize for the pothead question ahead of time, but you've been, let's talk about the metaverse broadly. You've been a big proponent of the idea of the metaverse. We'll talk more specifically what that means today, but we've been talking about simulating reality better and better and better. So the pothead question is, what does it take to simulate reality to the level we see around us today? How far away from that are we to simulate this ultra-realistic, immersive, fun reality that Earth is? What does it take?
We're going to get shockingly close over the coming years, certainly less than 20 years. If you look at the progress, what areas where we have achieved total photorealism and what areas where we fall short, we're getting very close. In all non-human interactions you see in the world, walking through the jungle or a city, all the lighting, it's very close, and that might be just a few years away, but then all the problems that involve humans, human dialogue and intent, have a much, much, much higher bar that they need to meet to satisfy our brains and convince us that they're realistic and or real. And I think that's going to be the primary challenge in graphics development and simulation development over the coming decade.
So the realistic humans, that's going to be the bottom line. Yeah, so, and visual and behavior too, so everything?
Yeah, I was asked about this about 10 years ago, and I said that even if you gave us an infinite amount of computing power, we couldn't simulate realistic humans because we simply don't have the algorithms. We have no idea how to simulate human intelligence, and that was absolutely the case then, but it's not really true anymore. What we're seeing with generative text AI is not only at a level that you could say that it's actually doing a pretty good job of simulating human, at least at humans at the text level, not at the emotional level yet, but at least at the level of words spoken, and find more and more ways of training it on more and more scenarios. That you might have a very, very compelling human simulation going on in the next 5 years even. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I think the arc of the technology is inextricably heading in that way, and it's heading at a shocking rate.
We don't say this enough, but the current state of LLMs, I mean, if you put Alan Turing in conversation with ChatGPT, I mean, it really passes the Turing test. Like, almost definitively passes the Turing test. Of course, we keep raising the bar. Well, the Turing test is not real because it's not used for that. We just keep raising the bar for AI where it's always going to be lesser than them. But yeah, you have increasingly ultra-realistic faces and bodies combined with increasingly moving and powerful, full of emotion, speech, text. I work with this amazing company called Level Labs that does text-to-speech well. There's companies that specialize in bringing text to life, right? That's going to increase. Different companies do that very well. And so and then all of a sudden you have this synthetically created scene where a human is speaking and you're moved to the point of tears because of this scene. Beautifully lit face in the full darkness, the emotion, the drama of the scene. Yeah, I think, so you're saying 5-10 years, maybe 20.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely see it in our lifetimes.
Increasing the level of potheadness in my question, do you think we might live in a simulation? And if we do or don't, how hard would it be to build such a simulation where we're fully convinced we're in it?
Well, I don't think that these questions are necessarily unanswerable. I think I'd like to see more actual effort to ascertain what is the underlying mechanism of the universe. And I don't think we're here for no reason at all. I think the world's a pretty cool place, and the fact that we can exist and the laws of physics, and especially the standard model of physics and all of the parameters that lead to these atoms and life evolving in the presence of thermodynamic gradients, really cool. I think it's a worthy field to study more about that holistically. I don't know. The question of are we living in a simulation ourselves always boils down to, well, if we are living in a simulation, what are they living in? Because at some point there has to be some base reality. Or, one of the philosophical theories that was put forth seriously was that there is no physical reality. If you have a system of equations, such as the laws of physics, then all possible evolutions of dynamical systems under those equations kind of have a physical reality. So we just are kind of a manifestation of laws of math rather than needing an actual universe around us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like dabbling in that philosophy. And as we see AI becoming smarter and smarter, and we get closer and closer to really capturing the full laws of physics, these questions become quite a lot more compelling.
You start to think, if we're not living in a simulation, what are the things about this reality that are not simulatable? So, what are the big mysteries around us? It feels like the physics is simulatable. It feels like a lot of the incredible stuff that we talked about, while super nice, seems simulatable. But then there's the flame of consciousness, the feeling of it, whatever that is that lights up in our eyes as humans. Maybe that's not simulated. Maybe that is the thing. Maybe that's a thread that connects to the explanation of the mechanism, as you said, of the universe. That's really important to understand, and we're completely clueless about that mechanism. A lot of the religious texts sneak up on what that mechanism is, but we're still mostly clueless. We only have these leaps of faith in believing what that mechanism might be.
So the whole idea of nested simulations, perhaps, given a sufficiently advanced technology, is kind of mooted, such that if you wanted to simulate another reality, you're kind of just actually creating the reality. You're doing, quantum mechanical operations that would produce the same result anyway, and you're running them at full performance. So it's not really a nested simulation. It's just another thing that's happening in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be interesting, but I think it's ultimately a theological question, and because it's no longer cool to deal with theology as part of science, there's not been much work on that. You can't publish results on those topics in a respected physics journal, so I think that's kind of been set aside. But it's interesting to note that the laws of quantum mechanics themselves have a place for, God or souls or whatever external source of input you might want to attach to such a thing, and that that there's this idea of quantum wave function collapse, that when we look at a quantum system evolving in perfect superposition of many possibilities, and you go to observe it, you actually just see a specific possibility. In the multi-slit experiment, the light ultimately ends up being observed going through one slit or the other, and that's a place where there's this random number being injected into everything around us. Trillions and trillions and trillions of times per second in everything we're observing. And if you want to attach some external input, well, there's a place.
Yeah, and it could be seriously accessible through the rigors of science, but we just know so little there.
Yeah, it's funny. In that area, we know nothing more than cavemen knew whatsoever. We know the laws of quantum mechanics, and we have computers that may be soon more advanced than we are. But we just don't have any answers to the fundamental questions about life, the universe, and everything.
Do you think, sort of more practically, do you think we'll create video game worlds of the metaverse variety in which humans will want to stay? So, to me, this kind of discussion of a simulated reality, the real test of immersion is like not wanting to go back to the real world. As a perfectly healthy, excited, normal human being, choosing to stay in that world, how hard is that?
Well, I think the technology is coming, and then there's a human question of should we go that far?
Should we? Yeah.
Certainly, as a game developer ourselves, Epic doesn't aspire to that. We make fun games.
Yeah.
And the ultimate manifestation that we found is fun games that people play together to have fun in between, work and the other things in their real lives. But as the simulations get more and more realistic and the capabilities become more and more real, I think we have to ask ourselves some hard questions about how should humanity operate in that space. What are the limits that we should go to, and what are the limits we should set?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some hard questions, and I think maybe I'm just being human-centric here, but there should probably be some legal bounds on two things. Sort of not creating a reality in which humans would want to stay too long. Sort of, yeah, focusing more on the game side. And more importantly, not creating simulations of humans that could suffer. To me, as we talked about, creating ultra-realistic humans, eventually that means creating humans that can suffer, that can fall in love and experience heartbreak and loss, that can fear death. And the more you simulate that to the full reality of the human condition, the more you get to this place where you have a simulated human that is able to suffer. And I think, legally speaking, I think you have to get to a place where that's not allowed. Like, there is a line you can't cross. And that's a hard thing for humans to deal with. But that's going to be some interesting Supreme Court cases. Once you create a human sufficiently realistic to where they can suffer, means that human could be tortured and do terrible things to that human that's artificial, quote unquote. Boy, that still feels wrong. I don't know what that is, but it feels wrong to torture a simulated human. Now, when you play a video game and it's a shooter and everybody's having fun, that doesn't feel wrong. But there's a line, and that's going to be a fascinating line for the Supreme Court to explore. Oh man, what an exciting future we're living in, huh?
Yeah, I think the thing to appreciate is, like, game developers have just generally been on the good-spirited side of things. If you look at the worst thing that people do in popular video games today, it's like, what, you rob a bank in GTA? But it's clearly fictional and all in fun and not serious and over the top. I think, as things get more realistic, especially simulation of humans, there are some hard questions that will have to be answered there. But I think the thing that all game developers need to remember is we're here to make people's lives better by entertaining them, providing them with fun, and a diversion from other things, and being a part of their lives, and not trying to be too big or being too much, and not trying to provide an alternate to reality, but to just provide a fun source of entertainment, like the many other things that people do for fun.
So you've spoken, like I mentioned, about the metaverse for many years. Let's step back. What is the metaverse? And speaking of fun, Fortnite, just hundreds of millions of people just enjoying themselves in this huge scale social game. You could call it a metaverse. Maybe you can describe the different flavors, the layers of how you see what the metaverse is.
The metaverse is an idea whose stock price goes up and down depending on who says what on what day. Some have an ability to drive it way down by opening their mouths. But ultimately, this is about multiplayer social gaming experiences. You and your friends getting together in a 3D world and having fun together in any way you want. If you're playing Fortnite Battle Royale, in my view, that is capturing the essence of the metaverse. And it's especially in Fortnite, when we got Sony on board, so that all players on all platforms in Fortnite could play together, could voice chat together, and be part of a single game experience. It really took on a new nature, which was not just like a multiplayer game with heritage from Doom, but also a true social experience between you and your friends. Fortnite Battle Royale is just one manifestation of that. Another one is like Rec Room VR, where you're standing around in VR with friends playing billiards or shooting hoops or doing other like light entertainment things. I think every game that has a huge number of players who play together socially as part of their entertainment lives, I think is really getting at the core essence of the vision, aspiration for the metaverse. And we're still in the very early days of it. I was on the internet in like 1992 or so, and it was a pretty bare bones thing. I think when we look back at the state of gaming today, we'll just realize that there's a lot further to go to get to the ultimate version of it. But I think it's all on track, and I think it was the time we released Fortnite Battle Royale and started playing together, all of the people at Epic and squads and experiencing that world, we realized that this trend was afoot and that we needed to do everything we could to bring in other creators so that anybody could pile on to the work we were doing by creating their own worlds through Fortnite Creative and UEFN and creating more games and more genres that people could play and ever expanding the repertoire of fun.
Yeah, I would love to sort of talk about different aspects of that a little bit more because, Epic has created a lot of amazing games. Unreal Tournament, Gears of War, but the game that I think is fair to say that transformed the gaming industry was Fortnite Battle Royale especially. Can you explain the origin story of Fortnite?
Well, Fortnite has humble beginnings. In 2011, we just been in the final days of finishing one of the Gears of War games, and we wanted to explore ideas for new games. And we had a general idea that we would like to build some smaller games, online games, in order to learn more about that space, and not just have one single massive game in production at all times and only one. And so everybody in the company was given a week to form a team and work with whichever coworkers they wanted and build a game using Unreal Engine. So you can actually build something pretty interesting in a week. And one of the teams built the very first version of what became Fortnite. The very first version of it had a different art style, but it had the idea at the core that you're going to build forts by day using this building system. Then night would come and you'd defend the forts against zombies.
Nice.
And the longer you could go, the more elaborate forts you could build, and the more survival waves you could withstand, and it would get cooler and cooler with time.
Nice.
And that game was in development for a very long time. We always saw the potential. Just the building aspect of it was incredibly fun. But we made different pivots at different times. At one point, we moved to the current Fortnite art style, away from kind of more of a realistic style. Made it more in the Pixar vein of cool stylized characters.
What was that decision like? Because what you mentioned, Gears of War is this incredible, shows off the graphics to the fullest. Different than the artistic style of Fortnite. It's amazing that the same company would make this fun, silly graphic style of Fortnite.
People come to Epic because they want to work with the best people in the world, and artists bring a lot of different personal art aspirations and style capabilities, and many of them are very multi-talented. You can produce photoreal content or highly stylized content. And a lot of the best artists on Fortnite were a lot of the best artists on Gears of War too. Changed styles, but continue doing awesome work. We'd realized that Fortnite could be really mainstream, and that it could be a game people play for a long time. And so having a more visually pleasing art style that's not as stressful as a Call of Duty game where you're constantly pixel hunting, a dark scene for somebody's rifle scope. That was the goal. So a few of the artists got through and defined the new art style, and we moved to it. And at different points, it evolved towards being kind of like a light MMO, like Destiny, with rather complex RPG and stat systems. And that evolved into a kind of an MMO-like tower defense game. MMO only in the persistence of items and stats. Which became Fortnite Save the World mode, which we launched in early 2017, and it was a moderate success. It paid its budget, and we come out ahead. And then at the same time, Battle Royale genre was booming. PUBG had just come out. Tons of people at Epic were playing that. They're like, oh, this would be so cool if it had Fortnite building. And so we assembled a team in a war room, 30 people in one big room. And they worked insanely hard for 4 weeks to build Battle Royale. So the nice thing is all the content for Fortnite had been built over the previous 7 years. They had a huge library of content, but no gameplay of the type they wanted. So they had to build it all in that 4 weeks and ship it. And that put Epic on an exponential growth curve where we went from 300 employees to thousands of employees, and went from about $100 million in revenue to billions of dollars in revenue, and kind of became the center of the gaming world at the time.
Can you actually speak to the technical challenge of going from mostly a not online, large-scale gaming platform to being able to support with Battle Royale a huge number of people playing with each other at the same exact time? What's the technical, 4 weeks, what's the technical challenges there that had to be overcome?
Since 2012, we've been building online backend systems to support player accounts and login, and all of the different systems that are needed to make a multiplayer game. And we've been building them to be scalable. And by some miracle, we built them stably enough that they were able to scale up. And so the online team who was responsible for patching that code spent a year of intense work getting it to scale from like 40,000 concurrent users to 15 million concurrent users.
Yeah, I mean, they're scaling. That's a lot.
It's immense, but they've done such an awesome job of building the foundations that it was tractable. It was doable. If they hadn't done that, then the company would have died. That Fortnite just wouldn't have been playable, and the whole thing would have failed.
I mean, there's just so much detail there that makes all the difference. Because I mean, that's what Spotify has talked about. That like the latency. It's like how quickly you can deliver the song changes the product from being this shitty thing that I'd rather pirate the songs to, like, this is good enough to where I really enjoy the experience. I want to use it.
Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, that's really important to create an experience for 15 million concurrent users to where it's not lagging, where it actually works, right? Is there something you could say to sort of, like, how difficult that is to pull off?
The trend nowadays for building online services is microservices. There's not one big server that handles all of the interactions with Fortnite. There's game servers running 100-player game instances for each Battle Royale session, and then there's an account server and many instances of it all talking to a shared database, and there's hundreds of different microservices talking to each other. And so scaling is a matter of identifying what are the bottlenecks in that system and making sure that each one can scale and has enough redundancy to be able to handle, to load. I mean, thank God for Amazon Web Services and cloud hosting, because Epic went to 15 million concurrent users without buying any server hardware.
Mm-hmm.
We were able to just call up Amazon and say we need more. And there was a period of time there where Fortnite was undergoing this exponential growth, and we'd find like 1 week we ran out of servers in Brazil during a heavy weekend of play. And next week, we had an even heavier weekend of play, and there were servers to handle it. Like, somebody at Amazon had drop shipped, millions of dollars of server hardware into Brazil and turned it on just in time for Fortnite to need it. And there are a lot of unsung heroes in that story, many of whom we've never heard of.
Yeah, I mean, behind AWS, many of them. It's like so much of those folks that run the modern internet. All the incredible services, the games, the services that we take for granted are currently being run on AWS or were originally, and Google Cloud and so on. Yeah, can you speak to how much money Fortnite made? So this is like one of the greatest successes in the history of video games also.
Fortnite makes billions of dollars a year. And that's the majority of Epic's revenue. Though we have a robust business around Unreal Engine licensing, Rocket League and Fall Guys, and some other tools like the Fab Content Marketplace. But the majority of it is Fortnite, because we've chosen to reinvest heavily in building what we think is the future of technology. We're spending more every year than we're making. And for a bit of time, we were spending over $1 billion a year more than we were making, and we found that to be unsustainable, and we went through some painful layoffs at that time. And then we stabilized, and now we're spending several $100 million a year more than we're making, which we can very well afford to do because we have billions of dollars in the bank, thanks to a combination of the profits we made when we were a very small company with a very big game, and because of the investment we've raised. We're not an oil well pumping oil out of the ground where we discovered oil. We are growing to be a future technology powerhouse, and we think the 3D space and the future of real-time 3D simulations is going to be one of the major facets of technology for humanity, and we're all investing in that.
Yeah, it's exciting to see that you're investing in a long-term future, sort of taking the risk of doing the research and defining the next chapter of Epic. So using the successes of the day to invest into the successes of tomorrow that might look very different, not completely different. And part of that is investing in the developments, the research, and the innovation in the Unreal Engine.
That's right. We're a company that can start working on a project knowing that we won't reach fruition or make any money from it at all for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. We're totally okay with that. And, that's the cycle that's fueled our growth over time. It's constantly investing in the future and being a serious company that's doing serious R&D side by side with shipping and maintaining products and earning money from them.
So can you speak to, I mean, there's several directions here. So one of them, sort of the future evolution of this idea of the metaverse. So potentially creating communities. So Fortnite is this incredible, huge community of humans interacting. But your vision is to go outside of just one game. So what is the kinds of standards that you're thinking about building such that people can sort of have an identity and almost travel between games and that kind of thing?
Let me start with the present of gaming and why it sucks. Like,
That's a good starting. Sure.
Fortnite is an awesome thing. You go into Fortnite, there's 100 million monthly active users there. A huge number of your own friends are there. You can play with them. Go from experience to experience seamlessly without leaving the app. There are 100,000 different islands you can play on, and some of them are really awesome. And there are constant new ones coming out and constant things to do. If you want to play Roblox, all right, you quit out of the Fortnite app, you launch the Roblox app. Different program, different friend system, different account names. Your username in Fortnite and your username in Roblox are different names, and they're not connected to each other. So you have to remake all your friends and then find different, things to play. And now the controls are different, so you have to relearn how, the joystick, mouse, keyboard, controller works in that experience. And you have to go from place to place. And you buy some stuff in Fortnite, and it's really cool, and you can use it anywhere in Fortnite. And then you go in Roblox, and you don't have that stuff. You have to buy different stuff, and that stuff only works in Roblox. And same with Call of Duty, it's another isolated place. And same with World of Warcraft, and same with League of Legends. And every place you go is its own unique place, different friends, different account names, different people, and there's no social cohesion between them at all. And a long time ago, consoles set out to solve this problem by creating their console-wide friend system and accounts. Your friend on PlayStation in one game is your friends on PlayStation in another game, but only on PlayStation. If you're on Xbox, you can't see PlayStation friends. And so you have two basically orthogonal and cross-cutting divisions of the world into fiefdoms, which were not created with bad intentions, but arose and are, separated, isolated islands. One is the platforms and their social services, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, and Steam, Epic, if you add it to the list. And the other is these different games people play. And, because of this weird historical artifact, we're left in a world where people can't seamlessly move from games to games, bringing their friends and their stuff. So the solution to this is to federate and connect all of the systems together. All of the players on all of the different platforms can be recognized by their name, and put the @ in it, so your Xbox names and your Fortnite or Epic names and your Steam names can all live together and interoperate together in a single space. So unifying the social ecosystems is one thing that needs to happen. Next and bigger challenge is to unify the economies too. Now, I'm not talking about like a sword you have in World of Warcraft should work in Fortnite. Every game, every game's going to have its own gameplay rules, and a lot of games are going to have stuff that only works in them. But there's a huge set of games that have in common the idea of a cosmetic system that does not affect gameplay outcomes, but is purely cool looks and cool appearances. Most of the major multiplayer games have them, and if you look at games, you could probably bundle together about 70% of them and say they're similar enough that they could actually interoperate. You could own an outfit in Fortnite, own an outfit in Roblox, and own the same outfit in maybe Call of Duty, and maybe 100 or 200 other games, and actually expect they would work together. And you find other kinds of items are probably interoperable too. Like Fortnite has car outfits, so you can buy different appearances of a car. And when you find a physical car in the world of Fortnite, if you're the first person to get into it in that session, boom, it takes on your chosen car cosmetic. And now you have a cool car that's identifiable as yours. We realized early on with Fortnite that the key to making Fortnite work as a creator economy was to open up the revenue from the item shop to all of those sources of engagement, right? There are two big things happening in Fortnite that make it work as a product and as a business. One is the game modes, Fortnite Battle Royale, and all of the user modes and everything else are sources of engagement. People play there because it's super fun, and because they're playing there, they're willing to buy cool stuff to make their character look cooler. And so you have all these sources of engagement, but the sources of engagement don't make money directly. You can't spend money in Fortnite Battle Royale to buy a game item. Like everything's, the gameplay is not pay to win, and it's all just a game. So we make money from the item shop. And the item shop only exists because of the sources of engagement. If you weren't playing Battle Royale, trust me, nobody would want to buy a Fortnite outfit. If you weren't playing any Fortnite games, why would you buy Fortnite outfits? And so you have all the revenue in this item shop economy and all the engagement in this engagement economy. And the thing that magically makes the Fortnite creator economy works is revenue sharing. Item shop spending according to sources of engagement by engagement. If you buy an item and you've played, 40% of your time in Battle Royale and 60% of your time in these user modes, the money you spent, the portion of that's profit can be separated out and paid out to all the different creators who participate in that economy. And that's why Fortnite scaled up to a $400 million creator economy so far, and it's growing.
It's amazing.
One of the really critical things we aim to do in designing that is ensure it's a creator economy that could scale to other companies, other ecosystems. And say, right now we have many industry standards bodies. So one standardized game ratings, age ratings of games. Another standardized file formats for the web. Another standardizing file formats for 3D, like Chronos groups in the Metaverse Standards Forum. If we had a standards body standardize what are portable outfits in games, game outfits that you could buy in one game that work in another, what are their dimensions and what are their capabilities and what can you do and what can't you do and so on, then you could have an item economy where every game agrees to respect each other's item purchases of that sort, and revenue is shared between ecosystems as well.
That would be incredible. That would be so amazing. Is there, first of all, just it seems silly, maybe for people who don't play video games, but an outfit is an important. If an outfit can be persistent across video games, I mean, I don't know what's the purpose of life. Like, why do we wear clothing? Clothing is a part of our identity. It's how we present ourselves to the world. It's I wear this stupid suit and tie. It feels good. It feels good when I put it on. And even like the other outfit, I have two outfits. This and then a black T-shirt and jeans. And it feels good to wear that. It feels like me when I look in the mirror. Okay, I know that guy. And to be able to have that outfit go from game to game to game, maybe across the years, that would be wonderful. I wonder if you could just even comment, could there also be another standardization about the value? So for more complicated items, so, take a sword from Diablo and transfer it to a gun in Fortnite, but based on the value, some generic concept of money. So the value of a thing in one game versus the value of a thing in another game, where you're almost operating in the space of value versus the actual items. Or is that already getting too general?
I think this can be done. We did a lot of analysis of the Fortnite economy and found that some Fortnite experiences lead to or correlate with higher spending than others. Battle Royale is relatively strong in that area because you see your character from behind and see all of your other characters from the front, and you have lots of opportunities to really see who you are and to emote and to interact with other players. And a lot of games have that characteristic. One funny anomaly stood out. There was this game that was one of the big breakthroughs in Fortnite, Only Up. Mm-hmm. It's a game where you're just climbing up and up by following paths of stacks of objects and things. It was just stupid fun. Everybody loved it. We found people weren't spending a lot of money on outfits when they were playing Only Up. And it's kind of intuitive, actually. Like, you're not seeing other players. Like, if you see anything, like, you're seeing their butt as you're, like, trying to catch up to them, jumping from object to object, and they're above you. And so, it wasn't a mode that showed off outfits very much. But you can determine the economic correlation between a game mode and spending.
That's so fascinating. I mean, Fortnite is this gigantic economy where you can do those kinds of studies. You can understand markets, digital markets as they emerge amongst humans and what they value. And from that value, you can probably have a very stable kind of money that emerges.
I think so. You don't need like an alternate currency system. Unfortunately, a bunch of ideas have been conflated because people are trying to hype up different things. But this idea of large-scale multiplayer social gaming, that notion of the metaverse, there's 600 to 800 million people playing that kind of game every month. So that's real and that's happening and it's very much underway. VR has a much smaller audience. I don't think you need VR to have anything like this. VR is hardware that may or may not enhance the experience for some usage cases. For some, it will probably be better, and for some, it will probably be worse. But certainly, there's not any set of battle royale players flocking to VR. And the other thing is NFTs. It's like trying to equate digital or cryptocurrency to the metaverse. It's like, well, it's just a way of denoting money or value exchange. You can do that with money, or you can do it with NFTs or whatever, but there's nothing about this future digital economy that fundamentally requires cryptocurrency or whatever. What you need is interoperability. Interoperability can happen through a blockchain, it can happen through a database, it can happen through standards bodies with defining standards and protocols, and we've been doing it for hundreds of years since the railroads were standardized, and it's not something that totally requires a novel technological solution.
Yeah, I mean, even on the topic of cryptocurrency, it's very frustrating. Blockchain and crypto is a really powerful technology that I think can enable a lot of the things that we're talking about. But so many people use it to try to make money, to create these bubbles and the hype and the meme coins and so on and so forth. That becomes much less about that drifts far away and rapidly from things that are actually of value, which is the experience of playing Fortnite and how you look when you play Battle Royale. It sounds ridiculous to say, but it's true. That's valuable. That's like, you have like gold in the physical space. We know that holds value. How your outfit looks like in Fortnite, that, as you're saying, provably holds value. And so you want to connect like a standard definition of money value to that, and not let it become this hype thing, which NFTs that you mentioned are just become that. It quickly drifts away into the land of people trying to buy and sell and trying to make money versus like staying close to the thing that people actually value. Forget the money. It's more about exchanging valuable experiences or things of value, so you can play Fortnite and then go to another video game and continue the valuable experience, and then come back to Fortnite and do that kind of thing. So you're saying there might be a way to do that, and to basically create standards. The way the web has different standards for displaying websites and all this kind of stuff, or the communication that's required on the networking side. So all the different standards that make the web work, there need to be those kinds of standards. Like what would those standards look like to enable the metaverse?
We need a lot of different things. The one area where the standards bodies have been very successful in creating working standards implemented by all the major engines today is in low-level file formats for data interchange. Mm-hmm. The web has PNG files for 2D images, and MP3 files for audio. And 3D has the Pixar USD file format, the Universal Scene Description, which is a description of the scene graph, the entire set of objects in the scene and all of their parameters, so that any engine that supports those features could import that and then render the same scene as the engine they came from. Large parts of this work across Unreal Engine, Unity, and Blender, and all of these 3D packages of different sorts. Then there's the GLTF texture format, which stores textures and geometry and other low-level data for 3D objects. When you see a Fortnite character, that file format, together with the image file formats, can store their static appearance, their, the shape of their body, even their animations, and their different poses, and the appearance of them. The different standard file formats could store all of the sounds they make in their emotes, but we're still missing a bunch of pieces. The biggest missing piece is the programming language that's at the center of standardizing the metaverse. If you look at the web is a combination of a bunch of different technologies. The two biggest ones are HTML, which describes the 2D scene graph, or the 2D layout of controls and objects on the web page. But that's just static data. It's just a non-moving, non-animating web page. And then you have the JavaScript programming language, which is used to manipulate that, to display things to the user, and to implement anything you could implement in code. So it's a little programming language that runs in your web browser. And the metaverse needs something that performs that similar role. But the metaverse and 3D gaming in general needs something that's rather more powerful, more safe, more scalable, and more capable than JavaScript. Because the metaverse is actually a more difficult technical problem than a web page. A web page, like an app, is just a single bundle of code and content that somebody, a company, has prepared. And they release it, and it stays exactly what it is until they release a new version, and it's upgraded from version to version as it goes. But the metaverse needs to be a composite of code and content built by millions of different people that could potentially form a seamless world together.
Yeah, it's fully distributed, collaborative. First of all, also the amount of data. I mean, it doesn't have to be that way, but websites are showing very little information. The metaverse, even when it looks like something like Fortnite, just the amount of information that's conveyed in the scene graph as the individual players are collaborating is a huge, huge, huge amount.
Yeah, the highest detail of Fortnite updates amount to about 60 gigabytes of data. And, that's just a small part of what exists in the Fortnite creative economy. And if you look at what this might be in a decade, as standards emerge, you might have exabytes of data out there. Fortnite Battle Royale is, I don't think, the ultimate manifestation of gameplay that will, ever be invented. What we've seen time and time again is that as we gain more technical capabilities, graphics gets more capable, CPUs become more performant, web services become ever more scalable. We see new genres of games that emerge that weren't possible before. And, Doom ushered in the era of deathmatch, the first time 3D multiplayer game was even possible at all. The early Battle Royale games, starting about 10 years, 15 years ago, only became possible back then. You couldn't have built one 20 years ago because you just couldn't have rendered an environment that's as large as a VR game with that many players, with that level of interaction and performance. It was just not possible to run it. So you got a certain level of technical capabilities, and a genre came out that proved to be by far the best shooter genre ever invented. But I think there are numerous more genres, some of which are better than any of the existing ones that will be invented as we get more and more capabilities. Some of the capabilities we're lacking now are the ability to build environments and game simulations that span more work than a single company can possibly create. And you see kind of the birth of that idea in Fortnite and Roblox, where there are tens of thousands of creators each building content. Users are playing meaningful amounts of it all. And so there's an ecosystem that's scaled larger than company. But it's still very much, you go into one island and you play that creator's work. The other direction of its scalability is putting more and more of people's work together in a seamless, continuous play space for games where that makes sense. You can imagine a game taking place in an environment that's the size of a continent or Earth, in which you can go from place to place and then see different areas which are maintained by different people. So you go into different spaces, the game rules are customized according to that, and you can go from experience to experience. And instead of having just one company's authorship ever present wherever you are, you'd be driving a car built by one person, carrying weapons built by 20 other people, and taking place in a simulation in an environment that's built by thousands of other people, working for separate companies or their own entrepreneurs or indies or enthusiasts, all working together simultaneously. And we totally lack the programming foundations for that. The kinds of code you would need to write now to make that happen are just not practical. And so we're investing massively in building new programming language technologies around Verse and our proposed standards for future metaverse programming that we hope will solve those kinds of problems and make that kind of world possible.
So first of all, that's a super exciting future.
Cannot read properties of null.
It's not hundreds or thousands, it's millions of creators that can just create.
I'm fine with that.
Different small or big elements of a world as big as Earth. just if you sort of close your eyes and imagine that world, that's really exciting. Where it's not a centralized company controlling the release of a particular island or so on. It's people constantly dynamically modifying all the islands of reality in this digital world. So, if you could speak to some of the technology that can enable that, you mentioned the verse programming language. First of all, also, how legit is it for you, CEO of Epic Games, to be a co-author? The programming language theorists are losing their mind. So, co-author on a paper that's describing some of the sort of nuanced details of a programming language. So, maybe you could speak to this programming language called Verse. It's a functional logic language. What is it? What are some cool features of Verse?
Verse is a programming language that we're building for large-scale simulation programming. It's designed to make it easy to write code that can scale up to not only you building a Fortnite island, but you building modules or components that can be used by millions of other programmers and coexist in a huge environment, and also can scale up to a huge scale simulation. Some games will be small. Battle Royale might find that, you know, the 100 players is actually optimal. It might be the 1,000 player version of Battle Royale would be worse, but I bet there are 1,000, million, and tens of million player experiences. They're even better than that will yet to be discovered. And so,
Wait a minute. Tens of millions of players together.
sure, we've had Fortnite events that have attracted 15 million concurrent users, but you know, the fact that they're all divided up into servers with 100 players each for those events isn't really a positive. It's just a limitation of the technology. Tracing back to Unreal Engine 1 and its single-threading decisions. You know, if we could build a concert where all of the concert participants, potentially tens of millions of them, could participate together simultaneously and see that there's that massive a crowd and they could all do interesting things and interact with each other, that would be way cooler.
Just if we just, sorry, I'm just loading it in. Just imagining together in one scene graph, 10 million people interacting. What a cool world that is.
Sure. Well, you know, 10 million people. You have less than 10 million pixels on your screen. So as the Nyquist sampling theorem says, it says that you don't need full overhead for every player. You need to render the players who are around you in some approximation of everything else.
Yeah, Tim, but there's also a networking component. Like,
Yeah.
You're speaking to the rendering, but like, oh boy.
There's a lot of work there, but you know, this is what we do for a living. We solve hard problems. Because if they're easy, then other people could have solved them already.
That's really cool. Just sort of the possibility, the vision of that is really cool. Even just, you know, even 100,000 people, or like, I mean, 10,000 together, I mean, there's a reason in the physical world when you go to a concert and you have all those people around you, that energy, or you go to a football game, that energy is unlike anything else. And if you can bring that energy to the digital world, that's amazing. But anyway, so sorry. So what on the technology side of bringing that to life, on the programming language side, can you continue as I rudely interrupt you, talking about Verse?
Verse is a functional logic language because we think that that's the way to make the most simple and powerful language simultaneously. Back in the 1970s, the programming language designer who built Pascal, one of the early programming languages, Nicholas Wirth, or Nicholas Wirth, as Americans might call him, stated this principle: the programming language should achieve a high degree of power, not by having a lot of features, but by having a small number of features that work together and can be composed together arbitrarily. So that you have to learn a relatively small set of things, and then the real knowledge comes as you learn ways to combine them to achieve bigger and bigger programs. And so you know, there's a long history to the field of programming languages, but in the 1950s, the first programming language designers got together and built the first standardized language called ALGOL. And there was this meeting in 1956. Very few people even know about it, but it's where all the major foundations of modern programming languages were decided on. The C family of languages inherited, and so we're very much living in a world that was defined by them. And thankfully, they got a whole lot of things right. They defined how functions should work, how variables should work, and how recursion should work, and thank God they got those things right. But they got a few things wrong. And Verse is trying to fix those, and that's the functional logic part of it. The interesting thing about functional logic languages is that in an old school language, an expression produces a value. In a functional logic language, an expression can produce 0, 1, or multiple values. If it produces 0 values, we might say it fails. If it produces 1 value, we say it succeeds. And if it produces multiple values, it's kind of providing a set of values you could iterate over. And so there are a bunch of features in today's programming languages that were defined in an ad hoc way without really thinking this through, this 0, 1, or many values way. And that's the problem that functional logic languages address. The most basic example is an if statement in the programming language. If some condition holds, then do this thing. Otherwise, do that thing. And in the language today, this is done with variables of type Boolean, or expressions that produce Booleans. You have Boolean variables that are either true or false. You have expressions that evaluate to Booleans, and so you can express a condition as a bunch of these features together, but you've lost any computation you've done in doing that Boolean expression evaluation. So in a functional logic language, your condition wouldn't do that. It would either succeed and produce a value, or it would fail. If it succeeds, it goes to the then branch. Your operation succeeded, now you're running this one batch of code, and if your expression failed, then you go to the else branch. But the exciting thing about that is your expression that succeeds or fails can produce values and bind variables that are then accessed by the then branch. So you can write a conditional where you can only get to the inside of the condition, the then, if a bunch of variables have successfully been bound to variables. So it lets you test if some conditions hold and then use the results of those tests. And that gives you a much higher level of reliability. And then a for loop, in a traditional language, it's just a bunch of imperative code that's woven together to produce a bunch of values iteratively. It's rather awkward to do complicated things in for loops, and so you often end up with these ever more complicated constructs built to work around that, like iterators and other things. The idea of functional logic languages is your for loop can just produce multiple values. And if it produces 0 values, you go through 0 iterations. If it produces a bunch of values, you go through all those as your iterations. Rather than having a bunch of nested loops, you can write arbitrary things that look like SQL queries in a condition or in a for loop that find a bunch of variables, do a bunch of tests, produce a series of results in some order that you're iterating over, and then you can handle all of them and produce a result. So you kind of gain the power of SQL queries, large complex queries over data structures in a language that is much simpler, in which your code is just performing simple iterative operations. And so it kind of gives you the best of databases and of regular programming in a much more uniform way. And the power of this is now users can write functions that not only produce a value, you can write functions that might fail. And so you can write a function that answers a question. The answer can be either yes and my value is this, or no. And you can combine these together into arbitrary queries. And if you like, the funny thing is that this is not how C++ works. And so when we have epic programmers moving over from C++ and writing their first verse code, they try to write C++ code in verse style, and it actually ends up being kind of convoluted code that's worse than good C++ or good verse. When we see, but after a few months, they get up to speed and they're writing really awesome code that's tighter and more compact than before. And with users who've never programmed before but are learning programming for the first time in the context of Fortnite, it's really fascinating. You see, these users are learning this kind of it becomes their intuition. They just assume programming works this way, and they're writing way more advanced and interesting for loops and conditions than we're often writing internally, because they've kind of grasped the core concepts.
Yeah, I mean, you said a lot of really interesting stuff. First of all, it's very interesting that there's a lot of people learning programming for the first time with verse, which is a very different way to look at programming. And in some deep sense, as you're saying, a very intuitive way to learn programming. But there's a lot of properties about this being a logical language. One of which, we could maybe speak also about confluence, but also correctness. So being able to prove the correctness of a code. So it's basically easier to write bug-free code. Can you just speak to that and the importance of that when you're building the metaverse?
Yeah, right. So the challenge with the metaverse is first of all, that it's a huge base of code that's evolving over time and written by many authors. You might see every second a new module is updated somewhere, and you expect in this live, ever-running simulation that never shuts down for everything to upgrade live in place. And so one critical component that is the ability to release an update to something you've already published and be sure that it's backwards compatible with the one that you've already released. And that's essentially a type checking problem, checking that your new interface is backwards compatible with your old one. And that comes down to the type system of the language. There's been a lot of very interesting research on type systems over the years, most of which hasn't ever made it into the C++ programming language, unfortunately. But you see several branches of that whole field. One of the really interesting things that Java and C# did in the early days, and then later abandoned and didn't bother update, was defining a very rigorous set of rules for if you publish a module with one set of types today, then what changes can you make to that module for your future updates to it that don't break backwards compatibility?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem for type checking. You know, like say you have a function that promises to return some integer. Well, in the future, you could say that returns some natural number, because every natural number is an integer. So that's a backwards compatible change. But you can't say it returns a rational number, because some rational numbers are not integers. So the system ought to reject that kind of change. But the much more interesting thing about type checking was the realization, it was actually made in the 1930s. If you design a programming language type system in a very particular way, then it becomes not only useful for expressing types of variables. The traditional thing every type system does is say, like, variable x is of type integer. But if you design a type system in a certain way, then your types can express theorems, like mathematical theorems. You know, the Pythagorean theorem is a cool one. One theorem you might have in a program is like the theorem that this function takes an array of integers and returns an array of the same integers, but the result is sorted. If you express that as a theorem, and you follow this system of type theory, then you can actually require that anybody who writes that sorting function to prove that it has actually sorted its result. And so you have types or theorems, and values constructed a certain way can be proofs of those theorems. And nowadays in mathematical literature, you see more and more theorems are being proven mechanically. Mathematicians are proving theorems in a way that is verified by computer to be a correct proof. In the old days of math, people would write down, like, language. If you look at all of Euclid's theorems, it was just language. It was just writing in ancient Greek to say the steps of the proof to convince the reader that the thing is true. Starting in the 1930s, mathematicians moved towards rigorous formal proofs in which there's a series of steps that can be mechanically verified or proving things. And when mathematicians say they've done a computer proof of a theorem, what they really mean is they've written the program in a proof language, like Lean is a theorem prover, COQ is a theorem prover, and there are several others. It means they've written a mechanical proof in that language that a computer is checked so that it's impossible to lie. If you say that you've proven a thing and the computer verifies it, then it's definitely true. This is a feature of mathematical proof languages, but it's also a way that an idea that's making its way into programming languages gradually over time. And our aim for Verse is to be the first mainstream programming language that fully adopts that approach and that technique. And not only adopts it, but adopts it in a way that's really user-friendly, so you don't have to do that. And the idea of this is that we want gradually more information to be incorporated in the types of variables. The property you want of a programming language is that if your compiler accepts your program and doesn't beep and tell you there is an error, then your program should work. Now, there are all kinds of ways humans can make mistakes there, so that we'll never achieve that ideal. But we can get closer and closer to it by having more and more language features that enable the compiler to catch more human coding errors and tell the user what went wrong. And that becomes extremely important in the metaverse. The cost of fixing a bug that's made it through to runtime and is in users' hands, the cost of fixing a bug in a shipping program is hundreds of times higher than fixing a bug that you've just observed as you're running your code yourself. When it's running on your computer, you just fix a line of code and your bug's fixed. When you have to fix it live, you have to release a patch. You have to release patch notes. You have to test the patch. You have to check for all the other bugs that might have been introduced, and everything becomes vastly more expensive. So, the real aim of the Verse program and approach is to catch all of these errors at compile time and make the metaverse a very reliable place.
Do you see a world where, like, at compile time, you could prove that the program is correct in some sense of correctness?
Proving things becomes combinatorially harder as they get
Right.
larger, right?
Right.
And so the really important thing about this whole field is that, that you should be able to adopt these capabilities gradually and apply it where you really need it. Like if you're writing something like a cryptography algorithm, that's a good place to prove stuff.
Yeah.
If you're writing a data decompressor that's going to be used by an entire ecosystem, like proving that that doesn't overrun memory is actually really important. And a lot of the reason that security vulnerabilities happen today is because in a different language a compiler could have caught, or not caught, in C, because it just doesn't have this feature. But yeah, we shouldn't see this as scary. Everybody working in a typed language like C or C# or Java is proving theorems all the time. If you have a variable type integer and you assign some value to it, you've proven to the compiler that that value was an integer, because otherwise it would have rejected it. And so, as we add more and more advanced proofs, we'll get compositional properties falling out of our systems that they're easy to use and people prefer to use. Now, we might think in a future where we have AI helping us write certain kinds of code. The big problem with AI is you ask it to do something, ask you to write a fragment of code that does something. It might give you a perfectly valid fragment of code that compiles but does the wrong thing. And if we had languages where you could say, write a function that sorts this array and prove that it did that, it could actually write the proof. And you could, if the compiler didn't beep with it, you could trust that it was actually sorting the array. And otherwise, you could go back to the AI and say, well, that didn't work. But getting to the point where we know that our programs do what we say they're going to do or think they're going to do is a very important thing.
And by the way, I should mention that you sent me a note about Curry-Howard correspondence, which I went down a rabbit hole. And that's a whole fascinating field, which shows the mathematical relationship between programs and proofs.
That's right. This is a result from the 1930s. It's one of the most important results of computer science that almost nobody knows about.
Yeah.
But they did this rigorous breakdown of type systems and the 1930s formulation of programming and established that everything you can prove in mathematical logic, you can prove within a type system if it has certain features. And if you break down what is a proof, well, a proof that integers exist is some integer. Like 5 is a proof that integers exist. So when you have something like var x int and you say x equals 5, well, you're proving to the compiler that 5 is an integer. That comes as second-hand nature, but you can prove more advanced things. If you want to prove that a pair of things are true, that like theorem A is true and theorem B is true, then you need to provide a pair of values, one that proves theorem A and one that proves the theorem B. And that's the conjunctive law of proofs. And there's a disjunctive law, too. And then there's an implication law for proofs. And it turns out that that's really satisfied by functions. When you write a function in a programming language, you're saying, if you give me this thing, I will give you that thing. Given me a parameter of type something, then I'll give you a result of some other type. And if you write that, by writing that function, you're proving that given one of these things, you can produce another thing, and that's a proof of an implication. And with only like 7 laws, you can construct all of mathematical logic in a type system. And one of the important things for programming languages that hasn't been given enough attention is some aspects of programming languages are just subjective. They're just machinations of the programming language designer. Guido van Rossum decided that Python should support indentation a certain way. And, as long as you're dealing with things like human notation and naming of things, there's always going to be that subjective layer. But there are other parts of programming languages that are not subjective, which should be fundamental. And when you look at type systems, there is a way to do type systems that gives you mathematical proofs. And every other way of type systems that doesn't give you mathematical proofs is just worse, and should ultimately be rejected. And so I think one of the jobs of computing is to identify what have we actually done right in the past and what have we done wrong. And for everything we've done wrong, going back and fixing it. Otherwise, we just keep accumulating so much cruft that our systems eventually are crushed under their own complexity. And there have been massive announcements of horrible vulnerabilities in software and services over the past year. It turns out like some nation state backdoored a bunch of teleco's surveillance systems for wiretaps. Like huge problem there. But ultimately, when you break it down, it's probably because of some buffer overrun in some C program. These decisions about programming languages have long-term implications.
It's really fascinating that in building these systems that hundreds of millions of people use, you're rethinking about like how do you actually build it from first principles. So I should mention that versus primary design goals, it should be simple enough to learn as a first-time programmer, general enough for writing any kind of code and data, productive in the context of building, iterating, and shipping a project in a team setting, statically verified to catch as many categories of runtime problems as possible. Compile time is what we're talking about. Performant for real-time open world multiplayer games. We didn't really quite talk about performance. Maybe I could ask you about that in a second. Complete so that every feature of the language supports programmer abstraction over that feature. Timeless, built for the needs of today and for foreseeable future needs. Yeah. And then there's some design goals that we talked about that is strongly typed. Multi-paradigm to use the best of functional programming, object-oriented programming, imperative programming. So it's as deterministic as possible. You know, if you run it over and over, it runs in the exact same way. You know, failable expressions, as you talked about, is super fascinating. There's so many cool features in this. Speculative execution, concurrency. Maybe can you talk about concurrency? Like, what is it about verse that allows for concurrency at the scale that you need?
This is the one biggest technical problem that we're working to solve in this generation, and that is taming concurrency so that any ordinary programmer can achieve it by just writing ordinary code.
It's hard.
You know,
Yeah.
programming on a single-threaded computer is hard enough, but it is completely predictable. If you have a language that's deterministic and you run the same code over and over, it's always going to do exactly the same thing, and there's no unpredictability about what might happen, right? You're reading and writing variables in some order, and you're always going to see it behave the same. The problem is when you introduce multiple threads or multiple nodes in a data center all working together on a single problem, is that they each want to read and write different pieces of data and change the state of the world as they go. And still, almost all concurrency in real-world programs today is achieved manually. Programmers are writing this code that might run in multiple threads very, very carefully so that they are negotiating among each thread to get access to data in a way that's going to give them predictable results. It's incredibly hard. It's so hard that we've, in 5 generations of Unreal Engine, every single generation decided we're not going to try to scale up all of our gameplay code to multiple threads manually. It's just much, much, much too likely to go wrong, not only for ourselves, but for every partner company who licenses Unreal Engine and tries to use it for building a game. It's just a massive foot gun. There's a variety of solutions to concurrency that are all rather suboptimal. One attempted solution was like, just don't try to solve this problem at all. Let's break our program down into microservices. And almost all online websites of massive scale, like Amazon's.com, work with hundreds of microservices where different servers negotiate with each other by sending messages to each other. And by programmers writing those things very carefully, they eventually get to being able to take your orders and not make a mess of them reliably. But this is totally not scalable to the metaverse, where you have millions of programmers who are like mostly not going to be computer scientists. They're mostly going to be hobbyists and enthusiasts and first-time programmers doing stuff for fun. That's never going to work for them because they'll never be able to envision all of the different dependencies between different computations they're running in parallel. But it turns out that there was amazing foundational work done in the 1980s that was made very real by a paper on Haskell concurrency. Composable memory transactions is the name of the paper. And it describes a system for transactional updates to programs. And the idea of a transaction is a block of code that does a bunch of operations on memory, might read, might write. It might process an order, it might accept an order or reject an order. It might transfer money between one bank account and another. It might make conditional decisions like, oh, you asked to transfer $100 from your account to this guy's account. We're going to see if you have $100. If you don't, we're going to reject it. If you have $100, we're going to take $100 out of your account and add it to this other guy's account. Without transactions, if everybody's randomly adding and subtracting each other's bank balances, then you might have somebody read a bank balance, subtract 100, and write it out. But in the meantime, somebody has written something else in the meantime. And so you might get inconsistent bank balances arising if you don't have a way of ensuring that these all run in a specific order. So the idea of transactions is its way of dividing an entire program into updates, self-contained updates that do an arbitrary amount of computation, but must run in a single-threaded manner. And in the case of a game engine, that's a gameplay object update. When you're playing Fortnite, you see gameplay objects. Every other player is a gameplay object. Every enemy is a gameplay object. Every rocket and projectile and car and thing you see moving around and interacting. It's not just a fixed, static part of the world. That's a separate game object, and each of those objects is updated at a rate of 1 update per frame at 60 frames per second. And so then, in the course of Fortnite Battle Royale gameplay, you have tens of thousands of object updates happening every frame with 100 players. A simulation with billions of players, you'd have a whole lot more than that.
So right now that's done single-threaded.
Yeah, that's done single-threadedly in each game session. This is why Fortnite is 100 players limitation. If you absolutely maxed out a server, maybe today you could get it up to 140 or something. But it's not going to thousands or millions or billions. And so what we need is a technique for automatically scaling our code to that. And transactions are the idea. And the idea is, transaction is a granule of code that runs it in its entirety. And so the idea of this transactional memory concept is that we're going to have programmers write completely ordinary code that reads and writes variables in the completely ordinary way, and they're not going to have to worry about concurrency at all. And then the system, like today, a computer just runs your program. There's no amount of speculation going on at the programming language level. The idea of transactions is, since we have a bunch of operations we need to know we apply a large set of them concurrently, but instead of each one reading and writing from global memory shared by all, in which case they might be reading and writing and contending with each other for the same data and might be doing contradictory things to it, we're going to track all of our writes locally. We're not going to write we're not going to write changes out to global memory. We're going to keep track of it in a buffer. It's just for that one transaction. So it's going to look to that code exactly as if it's running on the global system affecting global game state, but it's going to be isolated to just that one transaction, and it's going to be set aside and buffered up for consideration later. We're going to run tens or hundreds or thousands of the updates concurrently. We're going to see which ones had read-write conflicts. Because if two transactions don't read and write any of the same data, then you could have run them in either order or simultaneously, and it wouldn't have changed the end result.
Yeah, the order doesn't matter. I mean, this is so fascinating. To imagine this kind of system arbitrarily concurrent running millions of updates in parallel of gameplay objects, that's the thing that enables the thing that we're talking about, which is, tens of millions of people together in one scene.
Yeah, exactly. And the key is that you're running these updates speculatively, and you're not committing their changes to memory until you're sure that they're free of conflicts. So you might update 10,000 objects. You might find 9,000 of them were conflict-free. So you apply those 9,000 updates to memory. And they could have run in any order, and it wouldn't have changed the result. Now there's 1,000 objects left over. Now you have to run those again, try them, maybe interleave them in a different way to get them to eventually commit to memory. And in the meantime, you just throw all their computations away and redo them later. And by doing this, removing this from being a programming problem for the programmer to deal with to being a language problem for us, the language designers, to deal with. And we're moving a vast amount of pain that would be imposed on 1 million people instead to a vast amount of pain imposed on a small number of people who have to actually make this work.
That's amazing. That's really incredible. So what's the state of things with Verse? And I guess what you're outlining is, if, and hopefully it is, successful, this will be a big part of Unreal Engine 6. So what's the timeline? Where do we stand today?
Well, there's a lot going on in parallel. The key thing with Verse is that we have been specifying what we think is the ultimate version of the language with all of the features we want, whereas we've been shipping more modest versions of the language over time. We've released dozens of updates to it over the past year and a half. And the idea is that the shipping version contains more and more features over time, but each maintaining backwards compatibility with old versions, and each continuing to improve and approach the ultimate version of it as we go. And we've been doing this experiment entirely within the world of Unreal Editor for Fortnite for now. We want to test this and iterate with Fortnite creators in just the metaverse usage case before we make it available to all of our partners using Unreal Engine for all of their projects. And the idea is to iteratively improve it and build it out. Because right now, UEFN has relatively few features for programming. It needs a lot more, and everything we add makes the world a much better place for Fortnite creators. And we're adding major new APIs every few months throughout the course of this year. Whereas Unreal Engine licensees who are building standalone games already have access to the full engine through C++. They have massive expectations of an API, and so we can't release this to them until we built up all the essential features that they'll need for building their gameplay in the future. And so, we have these two different tendrils of progress. There's Unreal Engine 5 for game developers, and there's Unreal Engine 5 targeting the Fortnite community. And there's different bits of development that are only in one area of it. They aren't applied to both. Like, not all of the Unreal Engine 5 features are actually available in Fortnite because some of them we haven't figured out or haven't gotten to the point where we can deploy them to all 7 platforms in a platform-independent way. And so the place where all of these different threads of development come together is Unreal Engine 6. And it's a few years away. We don't have an exact time frame, but we could be seeing preview versions of it perhaps 2 to 3 years from now, and we're making continuous progress towards it.
So that's really nice. So there's this ultimate version of a language that you're constantly working on and thinking through. Then there's the shipped version of the language that's used by a large number of people, but still in the constrained environments of the Unreal editor for Fortnite, so for the Fortnite game. And then there awaits the more general Unreal editor, Unreal Engine, for the lessons learned in Fortnite context to be integrated in the more general context of creating simulated worlds for all kinds of games, including Fortnite. It's a really nice setup because you're both, it's a testing ground of the language in Fortnite, and you're keeping an eye on what the ultimate thing will look like, also necessary to deliver all the features that we mentioned. Brilliant.
The aim for UE6 is to bring the best of both worlds together. A much easier gameplay programming for the Fortnite community and for licensees, more scalability to large-scale simulations of all sorts, greater ease of use, meaning it will be easier to hire programmers who are familiar with and experienced with the thing, but also ensure that every game developer has the full deployment capabilities so that they can build a game once and then ship it anywhere. Like, the ultimate version of this enables a game developer to build a game of any sort, either or simultaneously both ship it into Fortnite as a Fortnite island that players can go into, bring their Fortnite items and cosmetics and interoperate properly, or ship as a standalone game, or both. And if they ship as a standalone game, they shouldn't be missing out on the open economy either, because in this time frame we'll have opened up the Fortnite item economy to third-party developers of all sorts. Hopefully through a standards body, but there might be multiple phases of it, so that if you choose to ship a standalone game, you can still choose to have Fortnite items work in your game, and have your game items work in Fortnite, and have your item economy integrated with the overall metaverse economy, and solve the really core problem of the game industry that Matthew Ball has been documenting over the past few years.
Yeah, by the way, Matthew Ball has been really helpful. It's he wrote a really great book that I recommend people check out. There's an updated version. Let me just ask because again, there's a bunch of indie developers listening to this. I saw that a lot of solo developers are out there. They're using Unreal Engine that they're basically creating video games solo. I saw, can highly recommend it. It's great. Choo Choo Charles. It's a great video game. Gavin Eisenbeis, he great guy. He solo created this game. That's, I think, quite popular. I believe he says he used he didn't even use C++. He used visual scripting, he used blueprints to create it. Okay, so all that to say, people should go check it out, support indie developers, support Gavin, support everybody like that. I think it's important to say because there's so much genius and artistry out there that we want to support the crazy dreamers out there. Anyway, all that to say, what are the ways you think Epic can support indie developers like that, people like Gavin, like give them superpowers to create games from which they can make, at the very least, enough money that they can keep doing their art?
Yeah, well, it's really about productivity, because to be successful with a game, you have to have a great game. If you're targeting you're building a type of game that nobody's ever built before. You might be able to build a smaller, simpler game than if you're competing in a massive genre that has huge expectations. But it's all about enabling somebody to do that in a reasonable amount of time that they can spend and to be able to finish it and ship it and maintain it successfully. The tools are a big part of that, having the tools be as productive as possible. There are a lot of other facets as well, like having a content marketplace is a big thing. Just off-the-shelf piles of content, some free, some paid, built by other creators, can enable a small indie team to build a big game and just be able to focus on the unique content of the game, being able to write their gameplay and lay out their environments the way they want, but not have to build every tree and rock. Because somebody's already built one, and theirs is probably perfectly suitable for your game. And over time, there'll be more and more. There's also a lot of indie developers living as content creators. They'll be releasing content on Fab Marketplace or the Unity Asset Store and earn a living for that. But specialization of labor is a really, really valuable thing. In the early days, pretty much one person would build one game. That's how a lot of the games were built in the 1980s. Over time, you had a separation where artists became specialized, and then programmers, and then gameplay programmers, and engine programmers. Now you have technical artists, and you have dozens of different specialties contributing to a AAA 3D game now. And the more we can modularize those bits of content, so you could get something off the shelf rather than having to build it, or have the engine synthesize it for you, the more we can enable creators to create stuff fast and successfully.
So we should talk about the fact that amongst many other things you've been philosophically and spiritually battling monopolies in general. One of which is the Apple marketplace that charges 30% from developers. Can you speak about this idea that you believe that Apple and other companies, Valve, should not be charging that kind of revenue cut?
Sure. Well, let's start from a very basic principle of computing. The first computer I owned was an Apple II Plus, designed by Steve Wozniak and marketed by Apple, and then an IBM PC. And in those days, anybody could write code. Your computer literally turned on with a programming language prompt in front of you. You had to actually do work to not write a program and to instead run somebody else's program. That was incredibly empowering. And anybody could write a program, anybody could put it on a floppy disk, anybody could share it with their friends. Anybody could make copies of that, put it in a store. They could sell it. They could build a business around it. And they were completely able to, without seeking any big tech corporation's permission, do whatever they want. Even from IBM. Remember, IBM was the dominant computer company on Earth at the time that they released IBM PC as an open platform. And so it's really been firmly implanted in my mind that this was a magical and wonderful time of unmatched economic progress for technology in the entire world. And over time, the big companies have realized that they could shut down and just block software makers from releasing software on their own and block software makers from doing business with customers directly. I've always viewed this practice as terribly abusive because when you buy a computer, you spend, or a phone, you spend good money on it. It's your money you spent on that phone, and now you own that phone. And there's absolutely no reason that Apple should block you from installing apps from other developers directly if you want, going to their webpage, or writing your own apps without their permission and running them yourself without having to get a developer account, without having to go through their bureaucracy. And there's no reason that any consumer who gets an app shouldn't be able to do business directly with the developer of the consumer. You already bought that phone. Well, why should Apple be adding a 30% junk fee to all commerce you do? And why do they selectively apply it to some things and not others? I've always viewed this as deeply abusive, and that it shuts down the competitive engine that once fueled the app and software economy. It's still a vibrant competitive engine on Windows and on the internet, but it's no longer with mobile apps because these stores have popped up. And they don't provide any useful value to the user. yes, there are search function-defined software, but there's no reason other companies couldn't build a better one. And I bet if you had Steam, or if you had Valve build Steam for iPhone, I bet Steam for iPhone would be a much better app store than the iOS app store, and a lot of people would use it. And that Apple would be forced to build a better app store in competition, and that everybody would improve their products as a result. But Apple and Google shutting down the competitive engine that drives the software economy has massive implications for everything. And one of them is reshaping the nature of mobile apps to be really offensive to gamer sensibilities. If you go on console, the best console games you see listed on the store on the storefronts, the best console games that you see reviewed are awesome games that really have a lot of creative merit. The ones that sell the best are really enormous values for their money, and they're the product of an immense amount of work. You don't see that on iPhone. The top apps on iPhone, the top games on iPhone at almost all times are these ridiculously greedy, high monetizing whale games, which are pervaded with pay-to-win and loot box practices. They have a sort of a legalized form of gambling, and these games are not driven by fun. They're driven by manipulation of the players to greedy ends. And it's very hard for the fun-based games to actually succeed there. And the cost of operating these online games now are enormously high. So you have a game that's based on fun, it's not loot box heavy. You have to pay 30% of your revenue to Apple in order to just get access to the platform. And 30% is way, way, way more than most game companies make in profits right now. And so if that fee is more than the profit from a natural company, then they can only stay in business by raising prices. So these 30% fees are raising prices of all digital goods. It's just inflationary as a force in the economy. That's just the first direct tax. But then to reach users, when a user searches for, before Apple blocked Fortnite on iOS, when a user searched for Fortnite, the first result was always some competing game. That's utterly anti-user. You search for Steam for a game, and if that game's on Steam, it's the first result, always, because Steam's not getting enshittified with advertising. Apple is. And, they do that so they can make even more than 30%. So if you want to be the first search result for your game, you're probably paying more, like 45%. If you want to reach users on social media, you're paying another 20%. So literally something like 70% of the revenue for your game is just going into junk fees to acquire users and get them in your game. And the money that's left over is only enough to fund these, games with rather abusive practices that do not look to normal gamers like games for the most part. Now, there are some exceptions. There are some great games on iOS, and there are some games with good practices. But, the engine has been really corrupted in a way that competition would fix. If you unleashed lots of competing stores on iOS, then you'd have lots of awesome options, and you'd have much better deals, much better prices.
I had a quick chat with Matthew. He asked me to ask you this question of why don't more companies fight Apple in the way openly and totally as Epic has been? What makes Epic so unique in this regard? And I should say, I think everything you said I agree with fully. I think what Apple is doing is just wrong. I think Apple in many dimensions is an incredible company. They have brought so much good for the world. In this regard, I just think it's straight up wrong what they're doing. But they're not providing the value of 30%. And even if they were, the monopolization, the centralized control without competition is wrong. Anyway, why are you fearlessly fighting Apple on this, and other companies don't seem to want to step up?
All companies are terrified of Apple because Apple can destroy their business. Epic was in a unique position with Fortnite. First of all, having the biggest game in the world at the time we started the fight with Apple. And second of all, having a majority of our users playing on PC and console meant that if we lost access to iOS during a fight, then we would still be able to survive. That set Epic apart. Spotify, Facebook, you name the top 10 mobile apps, I think none of them would be able to survive without Apple. Literally their business would be destroyed if Apple blocked access to them. And Apple is incredibly clear with developers that they're willing to deprive all users of access to any app if they get in a fight. And if you look at how they dealt with Epic, were not just legally maneuvering with the intent of winning the court case against us. They were also sending a message to all developers in the world: we will destroy your business, or we will try our best if you fight us. And a very small number of vocal developers have been willing to speak up, and Apple has actually refrained from crushing their businesses when they weren't violating any Apple policies. And that took a bit of discipline, which I think is also an amount of calculation by Apple that they couldn't survive being seen as the company killer. That if you criticize this, we'll crush your company. But the other thing Apple has that they can and will readily deploy against every developer is soft power. When they take 30% and advertising is so expensive, soft power by Apple, like approving your updates faster or slowing down all of your updates by a couple of weeks, can also have a dramatic effect on your ability to compete successfully. And Apple has a very long history of playing cat and mouse games with developers. It's like a developer isn't in Apple's good graces, they'll just slow down the updates. So they've been slowing down updates for several major tech companies, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months, without all going under the radar because everybody's afraid to challenge publicly. And so Apple's wielding a soft power can change a company's economics for the worse enough to deter almost any public company. And Epic is in the fight because I firmly believe that something like the metaverse will only arise. It's something like a billion-plus user, real-time 3D social ecosystem that grows to encompass potentially all or most major games by all major developers, tied together into an open economy where they all participate as peers and they all compete to give users the best deals, and they grow and do business with their customers directly. That thing can only exist if the Apple and Google gatekeeping monopolies are lifted. And it's not just the 30% fees. The 30% fees are economically ruinous, but they impose other levels of control. Apple prevents all web browsers on iOS from implementing web standards better than Apple does. So Apple has really limited data storage capabilities and 3D graphics capabilities on the iOS web APIs. So APIs you can access from web apps running within a web browser. And that's to intentionally cripple those apps to ensure that they can't possibly compete with native apps. And by depriving web apps of those features, they prevent web apps from competing with native apps. Well, Apple, if they treat the metaverse the way they treat the web, they'll say you can only use Apple's metaverse engine. Unreal Engine is disallowed. And then they can impose all of their own limitations on the metaverse to force all commerce through Apple, or force it to be so uncompetitive and lousy that it can't compete. And they have this giant array of these anti-competitive techniques that they use to disadvantage other app developers. Saying only Apple can build certain kinds of apps, or only Apple can integrate certain features. In Europe, even where the DMA law requires Apple to allow competing stores, they say a store can only be a store. You can't build a store into Facebook. You can't build a social network into a store. A store must only be a store because a store that's more than a store might be able to compete with us more effectively. It's just a giant, to use the Soviet term, it's a defense in depth strategy where they've constructed a massive series of barriers. Each are fatal to any attempt to compete, so that even if one barrier is overcome, the others remain in place and shut down the whole scheme. And that's playing out in Europe, where Apple has enabled us to launch the Epic Games Store, but has made it so difficult and uncompetitive both for Epic and for clients who we want to do business with that it has no chance of success until the European Union then starts to really enforce the DMA law and impose harsh and serious penalties on Apple to force compliance.
I think it should be said. Once again, I think it's wrong what they're doing there, and I hope there's public pressure and government pressure for them to open up the platform. And I believe, as a person who loves Apple, I believe this is also good for Apple. There's the natural thing in companies to want to close and control and crush competition. But Apple is full of brilliant engineers. Open it up and win. It's going to create the right kind of competitive incentive to make the Apple Store better. To make, because they're great at creating great interfaces. But competition will sharpen the sword. I mean, it's just going to make everything much better. So I do hope there's a lot of public pressure. And I deeply appreciate that you're speaking out in this way, sort of putting that pressure. And letting people know, like, it's okay to say that this is wrong.
Thanks. Yeah, competition makes everybody better. You have a monopoly that's forced to compete, suddenly the monopoly's products get much better. The offerings to consumers get much better. You see so many areas where Apple could be the best, but what they have is just really, really lousy, and it's this old guard of leadership who is clinging to these old policies, turning themselves into the enemy of every developer, every regulator. And I think it's ultimately massively to their detriment, and I can't wait for a new generation to come in and, paint a bright path to the future. Epic was an awesome partner to Apple for more than a decade of demos and partnership and technology usage together, and we did amazing things together. Love nothing more than to have that Apple, bring back Steve Wozniak's original views. The Apple II was such an amazing thing. It's a completely open platform. The manual to the Apple II included a listing for all of the ROMs, the source code to the ROMs, so you could understand exactly what was happening there and you could learn from it. It included a hardware schematic of the entire computer, so you could learn how to make a peripheral and plug it in an open ecosystem.
What the
And that's
actual
the awesome
fuck?
Apple. That company would be the best company in the world again. I think the current one is just on the wrong side of history and needs to change.
Well, I hope Epic and Apple find a path forward together and flourishing together, and Apple embraces competition better. One of the things I admire about this conversation is that you mentioned Steam a bunch, with kind words, supportive, and basically never mentioned Epic Game Store. I love that. So I really love that. It really embodies the fact that you want variety, you want freedom, for people to choose the best thing, and in so doing create this large network of humans interacting freely with each other. Okay. That said, one of the competitive pressures that Epic has created a few years ago was by launching the Epic Game Store, and instead of Steam's 30% revenue cut, you went with 12% revenue cut, creating the competitive pressure saying, listen, this shouldn't be that high of a cut. And which I thought was like amazing. This is a brilliant idea, and I think it still is a brilliant idea. It's wonderful. Now, in preparing for this conversation, I looked on the internet and I saw there's a lot of criticism of EGS, Epic Game Store. First of all, I should say, the internet is full of drama and criticism. Like, there's just not enough celebrating of awesome shit. If I could ask the internet as a blob one request, can we just celebrate awesome shit and also criticize? But just like there's not enough celebration. Anyway, the two directions of criticism is just straight up the launcher interface is clunky and lacks a lot of the features of Steam. And then the second set of criticism is the exclusive contracts, which were made with some of the games that are on Epic Game Store. So first, huge props on the 12%. Maybe you could speak to the vision of that. And second, can you comment on those two criticisms?
Sure, yeah. I think one of the reasons that people characterize the Epic Games Launcher as funky is because, like, the Epic Games Launcher is funky. And we need to improve this. There's a lot of work going on there, and I wish we'd gotten better at addressing quality of life features and prioritize them above all of the other features. Because Steam has 15 years of built-up work by many of the best programmers in the whole industry working on that. A much larger team working on Steam, and a lot more time working on it. And so we've had to make a lot of prioritization decisions about what do we support with the Epic Games Store and when. A lot of the time it's been supporting commercial features like merchandising, offering multiple versions of a game for sale, and offering upgrades from the regular edition to the deluxe edition and other things that partners work. And other priorities have been quality of life and launcher load times and other things. And we've not put enough emphasis on quality of life features. We've recognized this very clearly multiple times, and we've gone through multiple refactorings. But that's definitely been a disappointment to us and to a lot of users. And I think one thing it took us a while to realize was it's non-uniform. Depending on your proximity to a CDN and the size of your game collection, It can be either awesome or really clunky. And the users for whom it's really clunky are the people, like, I think, are a large part of the complaints.
They're going to speak up. And I should also say that the Steam launcher, for a long time, from my memory, but also just looking online, was also very clunky in the beginning.
Yeah, and one of the criticisms of Epic Games Store from the beginning was you don't have all of the features of Steam, but we very much don't want to have all of the features of Steam. Like, Steam has forums dedicated to your game, and like we decided we don't want to create forums, and our partners, when we talked to them, generally didn't want us to create Epic Games Store forums for their games because there's already channels that they prefer to them. There's social media and a number of platforms, and there's Reddit, and there's lots of places for gamers to discuss their game, and they prefer those discussions to be there. And so it's very much not our goal to mimic everything of Steam. But we do want to have all of the convenience features that makes it as easy and fun to use as Steam. So there's a long journey ahead. But we continue to reinvest in it, and we're working to build a multi-billion-dollar business there and think we'll succeed. Already the Epic Games Store supports an immense amount of Epic Games commerce and Fortnite on PC, now on Android and iOS in the European Union too. So it's a forever facet of the industry, and we are never losing heart in it. And we think at some point, I really feel that the benefits of the Epic Games approach are going to outweigh the benefits of the Steam approach, especially as gaming becomes multi-platform. One of the things that really sucks for all gamers is that you have a lot of friends in the real world. Everyone has different platforms. Your Steam friends aren't connected to your Xbox friends, and they're not connected to your PlayStation friends, your Nintendo friends, and so you're very much bottling up PC gaming into kind of a hardcore group of PC-only folks and making all of the other aspects of it difficult. A lot of games have flocked towards Discord, which is a mess in itself, and now your Steam name is not your Discord name, and that's not your PlayStation name, and so now you have two people in a game, and they have 4 different identities, and that sucks. Our aim for that is, with Epic Online Services and the social systems that we built for Fortnite, opened up to all developers to have cross-platform social features be super easy and free for all developers. This is not something we're trying to gatekeep or rent-seek on or lock people into. It's just a way that we're making social gaming easier for everybody. As more and more games follow the Fortnite approach of being multi-platform, especially multiplayer games, mech castle is a very real phenomena in the industry. It's the thing that's upending some games and causing growth in other games. It is the #1 trend for pervading the world of gaming today. And it says that, your game is quadratically more valuable the more percentage of a user's real-world friends they can connect to. Your game vastly benefits by connecting all of its players together and not, segregating them off into different online platform populations and so on. And so, I think the future trend is in that direction. I wish Valve had opened up Steamworks to just work on all platforms. They could have easily done it. We did it. But, they seem to be using it as a lever to keep people locked into the Steam PC game store. And, there's... that's going to be a long-running battle because there's always a very toxic group of Steam users who, they even created an entire subreddit dedicated to criticizing Epic on our store. And they create, basically harassment campaigns at times against developers who use Epic Online Services. Developers do that so they can connect their players across platforms and have friends across platforms and voices across platforms. But, suddenly it's trying to be turned into a negative.
It's clear that Epic wants developers to win, wants gamers to win, and wants Steam to do awesome also. And in the competition between Steam and Epic Games Store, create awesome stuff together. I mean, it's obvious to me if you don't read the stuff online, but online it's there is this just negativity that I don't think is constructive in general. And I should give a big sort of positive thank you and props for the push to multi-platform that was always there for Fortnite, perhaps before the pressure that Epic created on breaking the barriers of Xbox and PlayStation and PC and being multi-platform. I got a chance to play with Fortnite a little bit with you, and all the people in the group, by the way, awesome interface, audio chat, really fun. But you could see like a couple of PC folks, a PlayStation person, an Xbox person, all together. You can't really tell what they're using except for a little icon, and it's nice. It's like all those barriers that we've created with these platforms are gone, and you creating the pressure with Epic Game Store and just everything you're doing with this with Fortnite platform. It's really nice. There's no reason to create these silos because ultimately you should put the gamer first and let everybody interact with actual real life friends and make new friends across the entire network of humans. So anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for creating that pressure.
Thanks. Yeah, that was an interesting time. Sony had a long-running policy preventing cross-platform play, and we had a long series of conversations which got pretty harsh towards the end. But Sony ultimately came around, and they opened up PlayStation, and through a series of private conversations, they did the right thing. And not only that, our partnership with Sony has increased, since that argument back in 2018, and we've gotten closer and closer and done ever more things. Sony, brand IP like the characters from God of War and other games coming into Fortnite, and all kinds of crossovers, massive Unreal Engine adoption in Sony for making games, for making movies at Sony Pictures, music partnerships with Sony Music. It's been an absolutely wonderful relationship. I think that stands as an awesome example of a company that, because of historic reasons, got stuck with a policy that no longer made sense for the future, and following a serious discussion with a close partner, righted it and did an awesome thing, and now Sony's much better off, and Epic's better off, and all game developers are better off, and the whole console industry, I think, is a lot stronger now than it would have been if, these silos had continued to be playing out. And despite the kind of potential concern that, like, maybe blocking platform play with Xbox gave Sony an advantage, Sony's actually grown in market share relative to Xbox since that time, and so you can't say that anything but goodness came of that time. And I think a better version of Apple would have received the email I sent to senior Apple management and been like, there's an issue here. We should have a discussion. We should reconsider this. We should listen. And, they didn't. And that's why we're in the midst of a 5-year battle with Apple, and in, hopefully, still the early days of a 15-plus year partnership with Sony.
Come on, Apple. We love you, Apple. Do a little bit better. The second line of criticism that I mentioned, the exclusive contracts with some of the games, can you just speak to that? Because in so much of the journey of Epic, you've been sort of against exclusivity.
Let's back up and talk about the principles at work here. Apple forcing other companies to use their payment service is a coercive decision by Apple. But if Apple convinced other developers to use their payment service by offering benefits or a better deal, or funding, or any other positive incentive, then that would be perfectly fine. One is preventing competition, and the other is actual competition. Epic has never forced any developer into any sort of exclusivity relationship. Rather, we've offered developers payment, or incentives, or marketing, or any number of things of value to them in exchange for coming to our store exclusively. And it's their game, so it's entirely rightfully up to them to decide how to distribute it. And to make the decisions about their business. It's their game. If they want to distribute it through Steam, they can. If they want to distribute it through Epic exclusively, they can. If they want to distribute it through both, then they could do that as well. And if we pay them money or other things of value in exchange for them coming exclusively to the Epic Game Store, I think that's their right. And this is an example of Epic, an underdog with a tiny fraction of Steam's market share, working to proactively compete with Steam by offering a better supply of games. And some consumers who prefer Steam might prefer that the game be on Steam, but the developer in each case has decided that they believe they would benefit more by doing this exclusive deal in exchange for benefits than by being on Steam. And one of the key exhibits in the Epic Google trial was its opening exhibit, which was trying to point out to the jury in the trial the benefits of exclusives. Like, imagine a new store popping up. The store has a big sign outside of it. We're the new store. we have everything that the other store has, and it's at the same price. Are you going to go to the new store? No. Nobody's going to switch from Steam if Steam has all of the same games as the competing store and everything's priced just the same. And so we looked at initially two ways of competing with Steam strongly. We wanted to sell games at a better price than Steam by agreeing on the amount of money we pay each game developer. If the game's going to sell for $50 and we take 12%, we'd actually lower the price and potentially even lose some money to offer a better deal. Well, we tried to pursue this, but very quickly every developer told us that they wouldn't agree to better pricing because if they did, then Steam would stop giving them, marketing featuring and benefits, and the console makers would be mad, and all their relationships would be harmed. So there's an undercurrent of powerful platforms and ecosystems encouraging developers not to compete on price. So not being able to compete on price, we decided to compete on supply by doing exclusive deals, and we signed a lot of them, paid developers lots and lots of money. I think we distributed over $1 billion in net expenditures to developers beyond the revenue we actually made from games in order to get a whole lot of exclusive games. Some were successful, some weren't. Borderlands did awesomely on the Epic Games Store, and we and Gearbox felt that it did just as well through Epic as it would have done in Steam because, the players who wanted Borderlands, and they came and got it. Whereas a lot of other games, some smaller games especially that didn't have a dedicated audience that was absolutely going to play the game, typically benefited from exposure on Steam. They were reaching an audience they wouldn't have reached organically, and so some of them, in the end, we and they concluded that they did worse by being on the Epic Games Store exclusively in terms of, reaching fewer customers. And so, we had these limited time exclusives. When they ran out, they put their games on Steam, and, lots of data was gathered to understand what worked. And so this worked well for some games, didn't work for other games, but, companies seeking to compete, especially underdogs seeking to compete, have to offer some unique value, have to offer something that's not available through the competitors. And I get that Steam users who just prefer using Steam and buying games on Steam and want to have their library in one place don't like this, but you're never going to have competition for better deals if you don't support the competitive mechanisms that allow competitors to come about. I think if Valve were forced through Epic Games Store's success to compete with Epic Games Store, then developers would be getting a better deal, consumers would be getting a better deal, and these 30% fees would be driven down quite a lot towards the actual costs that are required to support the stores.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said there. I've gotten to watch Spotify try to do this with podcasts, enter as the underdog into the space and try to attract, they made exclusive deals with, for example, with Joe Rogan, where the podcast would only be published on Spotify. I personally think long term, what I would love to see for EGS, for Epic Games Store, is to not do any exclusivity. Similar to what Spotify's doing now, even with Joe Rogan, it let go. It's open, wide open. And instead compete on the space of just the non-clunkiness of the interface. Because the foundation of what Epic Games Store represent with 12% is just philosophically. So you're also competing on the sort of spiritual realm of like what it stands for ethically. That's also a really powerful way to win. So now that there's enough number of people using Epic Games Store, like to drift away, to move away from exclusivity, it's understandable that it's needed for the competition, for the underdog to enter the scene, but it goes against the sort of the freedom, the free spirit of choice that I think you represent in a lot of the decisions you've made, which is making the games cross-platform and just, giving freedom to the developers, giving freedom to the gamers to choose. So in that way, I think exclusivity a little bit goes against that.
Well, here's the conundrum. The exercise of soft power by all of the competing stores has made it intractable for almost any developer to offer a better price through the Epic Games Store than through Steam. You can imagine that if the effect of Epic revenue sharing 12% to developers was that games just cost 22% less on Epic Games sorry, 18% less on Epic Games Store, that would actually start to reshape consumer behavior significantly. People would start coming here for the better deals.
Yeah.
But I feel like Steam, giving developers nasty phone calls and so on when they propose to do that, prevents developers from passing on savings to consumers. Then what's the mechanism that drives users away from the incumbent store to the store that offers a better deal? If basically developers are fearful of competing on price through stores, what can possibly be done to get a dominant store with something like 90% of revenue share from among multi-publisher stores, in line so that a much smaller store can compete? I think some answer is required there. Better UI is great. Like Steam is super polished. Epic Games Store in time will hopefully be as polished. How does that overcome the fact that your entire library over the past 15 years is there? Developers have been afraid to exercise their own economic interest, because it's their own developers' interest to sell on Epic and get 18% more of the revenue. I think there's a real power to incumbents. It's very hard to overcome through just being there and being as good.
Ultimately, where I hope it converges to is less exclusivity, and where the competition can be the kind I love the most, which is on the UI, on the experience, on the just, and then on the Steam side, on the 12%, so it can go from 30% and start to support the developer by lowering it from 30% closer to 12%. So anyway, I'm a big supporter, and I don't like the criticism of Epic Games Store, but I also have to say that I don't love the exclusivity, but I understand. I understand the reality of the world is that you have to have some mechanism to get people to switch, or not to switch, but to at least get some of their games, to try out, to experience, to allocate some of their library to the underdog. So totally understand. And hope the UI keeps improving.
Thanks. One more bit on the exclusivity point is that when we told Google that we were going to launch Fortnite outside of Google Play and go into competition with them, they viewed exclusivity as such a powerful competitive force that they went around to the top 30 publishers and paid out hundreds of millions of dollars to them in order to agree not to do exclusive deals with competitors. And that was called Project Hug. HUG, hold developers close.
Yeah.
And that was one of the major pieces of evidence on which the jury found their practices to be illegal and anti-competitive. And the one more data point on that, we talk about 30%, and there's always a lot of people defending Steam. Of course, they have more costs because they have more features than Epic. We have data on that that's very detailed. The all-in cost of operating the Google Play Store, stocking it, maintaining it, the software, the entire ecosystem, is around 6% of revenue. So, in a competitive market, would a company whose cost is 6% be able to charge 30%? Like, absolutely not. And Apple's costs are similar. Apple runs an even more efficient and lean operation than Google, so their costs are also likely in the range of 6% all in. They mark it up from 6% to 30%. Like, only a monopoly can do that. Yeah. Look at competitive businesses. They have a margin of a few percentage. The numbers there are strikingly supportive of just outright anti-competitive market distortions.
Okay. What do you think is the future of the gaming industry? So we've said, to me, a bunch of exciting stuff about indie developers. So, do what are called AAA video game companies, so these big gaming companies, do they have a future? What is their role? How do you see, like, in the next 5, 10, 20 years, the evolution of these big companies and indie developers?
Yeah, there's one constant in gaming that I think the industry manages to lose sight of from time to time, astonishingly, and that's fun. People play games for fun.
Yes.
Our whole job is to deliver fun, and when you look at a lot of the games that failed recently, they just didn't deliver fun, or they didn't deliver fun in a manner that was nearly competitive with the other sources of fun that exist in people's lives. And so, at a basic level, we don't need a terribly complicated theory to explain a lot of the malaise in the game industry. There's just been a degradation of the capabilities of a lot of publishers, partly because of competition for talent. Companies like really vibrant game businesses like Epic or Riot or others are hiring the best developers and accumulating them, and big tech companies are hiring the best game developers because there's super talent there. And so in some cases, the companies aren't competing robust, they're getting worse. They're making games that are less fun, and I think everything else that's happened is kind of a sideshow to that. There's always political drama and so on, but I think that just the core is a failure to deliver fun. And the nature of fun is changing. It turns out that playing a game together with your friends in a really socially engaging way with voice chat is just way more fun than playing a solitary game for the most part. And there are exceptions to that, but I think we're seeing much, much more playtime shifting towards games you're playing together with your friends, and not just random internet strangers who happen to play that game too, but the people actually know in the real world. And that's certainly been the case with me and with almost everybody I know who's playing Fortnite or similar games. And that has really significant effects in reshaping the whole game business, because like a single player game, if you have 20 people with 20 different opinions of which game to play, each one might buy a different single player game. But in a multiplayer game, if there are 20 games out and each one might have their own completely individual preference, and each one were independently choosing which game to play, each one might buy a different game. But but they're all realizing that they want to play together. And so what players are doing increasingly is playing a game they like and accept together with their friends, even if it's not the game that every one of them might be preferring to play themselves. Like if you have, and that's certainly the case in different Fortnite groups I play with from time to time. It's like one player might have been preferring to play COD, one might have been preferring League of Legends, somebody else something completely random, but it's just so fun to play together that we're doing that. And that means that there's really strong Metcalfe's law effect, in which games which are able to attract a large percentage of your friends are more able to attract you, and not only attract but also retain. And so I think Matthew Ball's analysis of this over the years has really documented the trend towards you can call it the metaverse, or you can call it large-scale multiplayer social gaming. He's really documented this trend, and over the past year or so, it's taken a really, really strong turn towards increasing rate of change, increasing numbers of players coming to Fortnite. We hit an all-time high of 110 million monthly active users about a year ago, and another close to peak this time. Roblox is bigger than ever, and this trend is players consolidating into multiplayer experiences that play together. And we're seeing another trend overlaid with that, which is like when an awesome single-player game comes out or a smaller multiplayer game comes out, people often will treat it as a vacation. They'll often play that game for a while, then come back. And I think Wukong was an awesome example of that. A wonderful game from a brilliant team. In China, they made a game that's like no Western players had really seen that type of thing done before, and it was awesome and it did well. But most players play it for a while and move back on. Mm-hmm. And that can be lucrative, but a business that's going that kind of game is just going to have to build a new one every few years and build a business around that while the other games continue to accrete users. But when you have a large number of gamers migrating to a small number of games, the effect of that is increasing revenue for those games, increasing reinvestment. And there are things that Epic can do with a team of thousands of people building Fortnite internally, and tens of thousands contributing to Fortnite as independent creators. There are just things that can happen with that level of investment that can't happen in a smaller game. And so there's somewhat of an increasing winner-take-all dynamic where the biggest games reinvest more to make their games more fun, to gain fun at a faster rate than other games, and the industry is changing around that. And so I think the lesson for the game industry now is that there are really two big opportunities being pursued. There's big games, or games that have the potential to be really big multiplayer experiences that keep players around indefinitely for very long periods of time. And then there are just really good single player and small scale games that people are taking a break from the big games for. And the trend there is going to be towards efficiently developing those games. You can't build one of those games with a $300 million budget, but if you can do it with a $40 million budget, you can make a lot of money. So I think that's the main reshaping going on, and I think that it creates a rather bleak outlook for a lot of the category of like single-player games that don't have a huge audience to reach. And but this is just one of the really trends of restructuring the business around the technology and changes of the day.
Okay, this is going to be a ridiculous question, but aside from the games you've created, what are some of the greatest video games ever created to you? Like, what video games have been, like, either impactful to you in your life, or maybe you've seen created, and you're like, huh, that's a beautiful art piece. Like, it could be in a totally different realm. Like, obviously, for me, I return often to the single-player domain of role-playing games, of the Elder Scrolls series, Skyrim. That was like a world that they created. A recent game, Baldur's Gate 3, that was really incredible piece of work and art, and doing a lot of innovative stuff, again in the single-player domain. Is there games like that outside the ones you've created?
I'm most impressed with the games that have created what appears to be a whole living, breathing world. Games that give you the sense that you're just a part of it, and there's a lot more happening, and there's always more, and it gives you the sense that you can go anywhere and do anything. Even though these games really do have finite limitations and there are places you can't go, it really creating that sense of wonder is just a magical thing. Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Oh, yeah.
Skyrim, Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead is great, yeah.
It's like there's an entire ecology simulator in there. I have a high school classmate that got into studying river ecology, and he was commenting on this is one of the very few games that's hydrologically sound. Like,
yeah.
The way they actually went to the effort of shaping the rivers to follow like erosion dynamics and so on. It's the attention to detail, and there's something there that's big, and it's been funny journeying through the industry. Like I last designed a game in 1992. I'm not a game designer. I was very open-minded. That like the best game genre that will ever exist has not yet been invented, and that as we get more technological capabilities and creative people use that hopefully empowered by higher productivity tools and so on, that we'll see more and more cool things emerge that we'd never dreamed possible. And the idea of a world simulator is actually really interesting there. It's been tried a lot. It's usually extremely slow and expensive to create, but over time maybe we'll get better at that, and that will be a thing too.
You said so many interesting things there. City builders.
Yeah. Civilization, it's just mind-boggling that they would build a game with that depth that can evolve so dependent on your actions.
To do that scale of world, but to where you can step into it and be in it. I think Red Dead is a great example, but to do Red Dead Redemption in a way where you can walk around with friends at a large scale, and I guess what you have given so many years to is creating the tools that enable the artist to give that attention to detail that Red Dead does on several of the things. And once you do, there's something magical about that. Like once you give that attention to detail, like I don't know what it is, but the love of the artist comes through somehow. You could feel the care that they put into it.
That's right. The best games have a soul. You can really sense it. Like Call of Duty has a very different soul than Fortnite. And it just kind of exudes not only on what you see in the game, but also in how players interact with it and interact with each other online. And that's a really fascinating thing I wish would be studied more.
I think we talked about the soul on several fronts, right? I wish it would be studied more.
Yeah. These old game design decisions that the designers make have a profound impact on what players think of the game and see in the game. Fortnite Battle Royale always had a sense of mystery. So you're on this island, but you're not sure exactly what's happening here. There are all these houses. They're abandoned. Why? And I'm not the secret holder. I'm not on the design team. I experienced Fortnite as a player, but it really exudes a lot of that, and a good spiritedness as well. because even when you're eliminated in Fortnite, there's not like blood spurts and there's not jibs. You're just teleported out of the simulation, and often you end up losing the game in a way that's hilarious enough that you're laughing at it, or you're like, respect to that player who just won because that was clever. And it creates a very different dynamic than these other games where players tend to be very, very positive towards each other. One of the things I like to do in Fortnite, just to kind of gauge how the game is going, is I play fill squads. You have match made with 3 other random players and play a game together. Sometimes they have voice chat, sometimes they don't. And back when our matchmaking regions were bigger, I learned a little bit of like Battlefield Spanish, so I could speak with the people who are down as far south as Mexico City. And the positivity of the interactions there among every kind of person you might ever meet online were really quite impressive, and completely unlike what you would see in a game like Call of Duty, where it's always everybody's got to be an edgelord.
I love online gaming culture. I have to ask you because it's kind of like one of the legendary games is Grand Theft Auto. Speaking of the worlds that are just like, I mean, that's its own thing, right? That's that world, the characters, the style, the edginess, all of that. But the interesting thing about Grand Theft Auto 6 to me that I want to ask you about is they took forever. It's the 6-month thing that you mentioned before. There's some games like that just take years to bring to the conclusion. What can you say about that process that you eventually were able to take Unreal to completion? If you were to look from the outside, why does it take Grand Theft Auto that long, or other companies to take games to conclusion? And what just insight into what that process is like.
Making games is very hard, and especially when you're pushing the boundaries of something. With Grand Theft Auto, it's just the realism and feeling that you're in this huge city, and that anything can happen, and it's all living and breathing, and you're just a part of it. The level with which Rockstar has brought quality to that genre is astonishing. And when you're building something at a level of quality and detail that's never been achieved before, you can't predict how long it will take. Whatever problems you're solving today, to get to the next iteration of quality on it, you don't know what new problems that will unlock, and often you fix one thing and that make it super realistic, and that just highlights the unrealism of other things that you need to fix. I think the thing that always comes to mind is that shipping a game is easy if you don't have a high quality standard. You also won't have much success. What we've seen from Rockstar is they take a long time, but they ship amazing games, and it's worth it in the end, right? A bad game is bad forever. A late good game eventually is released and is good.
Do you ever feel like Rockstar is a good example of that? The pressure of delivering quality. Epic has not missed recently that I'm aware of in terms of delivering quality. You feel the pressure of that? That you're not allowed misses?
We certainly do. Everybody's often working very much to the last minute to make something excellent, and it's really hard with these fast delivery time frames because you really have to get a lot of stuff up and running before you can judge a new Fortnite season holistically. It's not until like the last month or so that you really know what you've built and you really understand it. And if any late-breaking problems emerge in like balance or anything else, it's usually towards the end, and that usually leads to a rapid push to fix it. And then other lessons you can only learn live, from experience. And that means accepting a game that it's a live experience, and it's also an experiment, and it's going to continually be improving. And at any time, there's some things that some people don't like, and you learn from it, and you improve it, and you move on.
Let me ask you a big philosophical question. So you've created these gigantic worlds that bring so much fun to humanity. Now, but you also get to learn about humanity. What gives you hope about us humans? About the future of humans? The future of humanity?
I see two contrasting worlds that have been brought about in the digital age. One is the world of social networks and people typing at each other and just massive negativity and politics and hucksterism and you know engagement, curation by engagement, often promoting negativity and toxicity. That's a harsh world that I think is a step backwards in many ways. Like, I think the foundation of the world is actually a little bit shaky because of just the social dynamic that those platforms have brought on. But then I compare that with the good-spiritedness of what's happening online when you're connected to real people, like actually playing Fortnite fill squads with people you've never met before, never talked to, and just judging what human connections develop there and whether they're positive. I found those to be really, really excellent and endearing. I think the lesson from all of that is that humans talking to humans and being together in a world, the real world or a virtual world, is a naturally empathetic medium, which naturally leads to bonding. And though conflict sometimes occurs, it's just generally so much more promoting of our social norms and good interactions between people and positivity promoting, whereas kind of the typing angry messages thing at each other as a self-reinforcing negative dynamic that's negative. And I think you look at social media and you look at gaming that is increasingly social, and I couldn't see a bigger divide between any two medium as I see there in terms of the actual social dynamics. One super positive, one super toxic at times.
Yeah, that's actually really the text-based medium. Now that could even be around gaming. You can look at discourse that can be real toxic in text. But you place humans together in the real world here in the room. I literally have never, I very rarely see humans not get along in the physical space. And the degree to which you can create a digital space, like a metaverse type of space, where it's sufficiently immersive where you feel the other person, the empathy comes out, and then the joy that's derived from the empathy comes out, and it's just a reminder that humans, I don't know, that humans are good and they want to see the good in others. They want to share the goodness, and then when they get in that group together, there's love there. Now they might talk shit about some other group. This is the dark side of humans. But together, in terms of the dynamics of that group, is joyful. So yeah, that gives me hope as well. And the more degree which we can create those worlds online and make it super easy for us to connect in that empathic way, the better. And I'm grateful that you are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in creating such worlds. And I'm grateful that you would talk with me today, Tim. This was amazing. It's an honor to talk to you.
Oh, thank you very much. It's been fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tim Sweeney. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Benjamin Franklin. We do not stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Alright, let's look at the build. Entry point does not exist. Project plugin Hyperfy. Index. Build, but that's not building. Oh, right. Didn't we change this? Why is it publishing to source though? Same. Router. Outer. Why is it building a source? Polyfills. Buffer is not supported. Occurring issue. The problem is the dynamic require, not the buffer itself. I mean, we can see not supported. frustrating, their change. Maybe it's not making these changes. I think it's just not, it's not actually, I don't know why, but it's not setting global this. I'm curious, because I just sort of assume it's available in Node. It would be window in browser, but you can use it pretty much anywhere. Same problem. I have a stupid question. Well, yeah, so what the fuck? Obviously we want that. Alright, so where can we do that in our Hyperfy build? Pain in the ass. Oh, I don't know if anyone has seen me grind this painfully. Let's see if that does the trick. Does it, if it adds the thing? Did it actually add it? That's always the question. Nope. That didn't do shit. Because the problem's not, it's not buffer. The problem isn't buffer. It's require. Why are we missing require in a node environment? Or why do we need it? Does our Eliza instance expect node env with require? That's not going to be easy. our core.js, no? Are you being retarded? Hold on. Let's go. We've sort of jiggled Gemini back out of its loop. All right, let's see what Gemini thinks. Stop being... It's just not doing anything, dude. Why are you even, like, God. I don't think the banner's a good approach. And what the package builds. When I run a node agent.mjs, which imports the core, it works fine. Totally fine. It's something... mismatch of environments. I could try to CLI, I could try to polyfill require on the CLI. It's just making it so much worse. My solutions here are not great. Can we just get rid of the transformation that's happening? Same shit. Even if we polyfill. Platform. Formats. Still just unless you actually did something. Maybe you didn't do something. So back to where are we requiring code? I don't think we are, but it does seem that we are in this very annoying thing. I'm just gonna mute the requires. We're just gonna see where we're at. Although it's probably in something deeper and stupider. But at least we know there are no requires. Now maybe we have problems like we could just say toward fs from node path from path or URL from URL, and then we just externalize those, and it's probably fine, except that it's not, but that at least gets us somewhere, because we know. We are marking it as external. Cannot resolve URL. guess I thought I did. What's missing? I hate when things don't, like, respond the way that they should. God, this is such stupid shit. What a waste of human hours. Oh. I'm a fucking... Okay, to be fair, I am retarded. I am indeed. And it did show me that. Just regardless. Okay. That thing seal about and requires still. Understand where the buffer is needed, but if it is, very stupid. So I could just import the code. I guess since the time is short, we're gonna do something very weird. Plug in Hyperfy, and we're just gonna call this Hyperfy. And if I have a service, /Hyperfy, core, from it's like extras. And then the other one is core. So physics.px3 is not a constructor. Well, let's go look at our service. Our poor service. Just have the shit beat out of it. should work without. Let's try something totally insane. CD Project Hyperfy, button run, install, and button run build. It's just some things are very frustrating. Why are we running? Right.